All right, Karen, it's good to go on YouTube.
We're all set?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Welcome everybody to our Monday, October 19th, 2020 study session for the Burlingame City Council. We'll be reviewing the city's pension and other post-employment liabilities and current pre-funding strategies. So we'll turn this over to our finance director.
Okay, good evening, everybody. The purpose of this study session is to review and update the council on the city's current funding strategies for its long-term employee benefits obligations and for both the retiree medical and the pension obligations. In the staff report, I tried to set the stage by providing a background of the city's efforts in this area, so that we all sort of understand how we determined each of the funding strategies. Because even though we've established a 115 trust for each of these liabilities, they are actually very different funding mechanisms. Not only are they accounted for differently and reflected differently in the financial statements, but the purpose of each fund, each trust is different. The OPEB, or Retiree Medical Fund, is intended to pre-fund a relatively closed system of benefits, lowering the unfunded liability within approximately 14 years when the trust fund will have adequate assets to pay any remaining obligations. These benefits have been largely replaced by HRA contributions, a type of defined contribution plan, so HRAs don't come with that liability. The pension trust is being used to ensure that the city can afford the anticipated cost increases from CalPERS that we know are coming in the next 5 to 10 years. So even the timing is a little bit different on these. So the staff report starts with the OPEB obligations, as these proved to be the largest and the first to be addressed on the broader scale. But we'll be discussing the pension liabilities first because it's a little more complicated a discussion. I've asked the good folks from GovInvest to lead this presentation, and I'll let them introduce themselves. But a lot of the graphs, I wanted you to know, a lot of the graphs in the presentation are actually from the software that GovInvest provides to the city, loaded with the city's data. And at first we were going to show you what changing the assumptions in the various funding strategies did to the liabilities. But since that's not as possible online, we have a distinct set of slides, but the GovInvest people can explain how we look at these various assumptions and how changing the assumptions impact each strategy. So Ira Summer from GovInvest is going to lead the presentation.
Okay. And again, thanks for having us here. Yeah, again, we're going to go through the pension and talk about the OPEB. I'll spend a couple minutes at the beginning talking about who we are and who our company is. My name is Ira Summer. I was actually not the person who was supposed to be doing this today. Charlie Francis, who has been was in government finance for, I don't know, I think since the Revolutionary War, and he had an emergency take him away, so they asked me to fill in for him. I haven't been doing government finance stuff quite that long. I spent 30 years as an actuary working for government agencies in California and across the country. For a few of those years, I was actually the auditing actuary for CalPERS. After 30 years, I got released for good behavior and went and taught finance and economics to MBAs. And then got pulled back into the startup world with a few different startups and then moving over to GovInvest. With me today is Max Stoff. Max, why don't you tell them a little about yourself? Okay, Max, are you muted or?
Nope. I'm here, maybe lagging. Can you all hear me?
Yeah,
Perfect. Hey everyone, my name is Max Stoff. I work on the customer success team at GovInvest. And my day-to-day role is working to ensure that folks get access to the software as well as access to smart folks like Ira to make more informed pension and OPEB funding decisions. So we work closely with the city to help put together this presentation and walk them through the software as needed.
okay. So, and again, we're going to start with the pension. My understanding is we need to be absolutely finished by 7. What I'd like to do is, if
Excuse
you've
me,
got,
Mr. Summer, if we could just interrupt, could we just have a full slide view on here? I'm not sure who's controlling it. It might be our team.
Like that?
Yep, perfect. That would just be a better view for the public and for us. Thank you.
Okay. And so if you have questions as we go, please ask the questions. One of the things that I found in working with pension and retiree health issues over time is if I lose you in the first 15 minutes, you're lost for the whole presentation. So if you've got questions, ask them early, ask them often, and hopefully you'll get a lot out of this. I want to start out by talking about the year that CalPERS had. CalPERS earned a 4.7% return in the year ending June 30, 2020. Normally, if I would come and say CalPERS earned 4.7% return, everybody would be disappointed, and reasonably so. But this is one of the weirdest years we have ever had, which probably surprises none of you. As of March, the end of March, CalPERS was down close to 10% for the year. And then the stimulus was passed, the Fed started pumping liquidity into the market, and returns started going back up. The 4.7% return that CalPERS earned for the year, we've been looking at returns for all large government plans that have reported as of June 30. This is the highest that we have seen for any large public plan across the country for the year ending June 30. So this was a great job by CalPERS and their investment staff. But it did not reach the 7% assumption. And so we want to spend a few minutes talking about what that means. And we'll do it 2 different ways. First, we'll talk about this as if it was a one-time event. So 1 year, they fell short of the target. And then we'll talk about this as if 2020 is the new normal. And I hope to do that only with regard to investment return and not everything else that's been going on this year. And what would happen if they earned 4.7% per year, every year moving forward. And look at what would happen to your unfunded liability and to your contribution rates in both those situations. So let's start with it as if it's a one-time event. Sorry, I'm trying to see my own slides. There we go. What happens, CalPERS, your funded percentage, your miscellaneous plan was 74% funded. Your safety plan was 71% funded, or was projected to be as of June 30, 2020. Because it earned 4.7 instead of 7%, your funded percentage went down. You have less money in the plan, the funded percentage went down. It went down to 72.6 for the miscellaneous plan, 69.6 for the safety plan. One sort of simple way to understand this is you had about 74, you were expecting to have 74% of the assets. You fell 2.3% short, so your funded percentage fell by 74% of that 2.3%. So it fell by 1.6% on the miscellaneous plan, fell by 1.5% the safety plan. So if we look at the unfunded liability, what we see is the unfunded liability in dollar terms went up from the 65% that was projected up to 69 or almost 70%, $70 million of unfunded liability. By the way, I should also mention that when, hold on, trying to look so I can see faces. For those of you who got the slides beforehand and are following along, I made a few minor changes to the slides from the set that was given to you. For example, I flipped the order of this slide with the next one and a few other things. I had them correct a few spelling mistakes because I have issues. And so if you notice a few minor things that are different, they're all really small. So unfunded liability went up by about $4 million. In terms of your contributions, what's going to happen under the CalPERS funding methodology is that you will find out, this is your valuation as of June 30, 2020. You will receive a report from CalPERS about this in early August 2021. It will affect your contributions for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2022, going through June 30, 2023. So there's a lag before you get the result, the official results showing this from CalPERS. And your contributions will start rising at that point. The contributions themselves will rise. CalPERS has changed their amortization methodology beginning with the June 30, 2019 valuation reports to make them mostly level dollar. The previous funding methodologies had a phase-in period and a phase-out period and rose as a percentage of your payroll. Because of that, there was a built-in negative amortization in the amortization policy, which caused the unfunded liability to keep growing and growing and growing. So CalPERS announced a couple of years ago they were changing that to a level dollar, that it was going to take effect with the June 30, 2019 valuation, which would affect your contributions for the 21-22 fiscal year. So this last report that you just got had that for the first time. This loss will be amortized in that way. The only exception to that are investment return gains and losses, investment return more or less than the 7% target. And they get phased in over a 5-year period and then are amortized as a level dollar amount. So you won't feel the full impact of this shortfall so you first pay for it in the 22-23 fiscal year. You'll be paying 20% at that time. So it won't be until the 25-26 fiscal year that you're paying 100% of that amount, and then it stays that way for 15 years. So you'll see here, the contributions are rising. They're rising a relatively small amount, but a small amount for a 20-year period. So that the total amount you would be paying in addition for that $4 million extra unfunded liability, as we show up here, is a total of $9 million of extra payments over the next 20 years. You're effectively paying CalPERS a 7% interest rate on the amount that it's short. So that's what happens if it happens for 1 year. What happens if this continues every year moving forward, and 4.7 is the rate of return that they get? And we're going to look at this as if CalPERS gets this return, but doesn't notice and doesn't change their assumptions. So if that happens, what happens to your unfunded liability is each year it grows a little bit and a little bit more and a little bit more, and it will be growing faster than your payments are increasing. So the unfunded liability will continue to grow right through about 2030, and then we'll start to level off at that point. So it'll grow from the current level, which is about 60 million, up to about 80 million over the next few years and stay at that level. Now, in order for that to happen, your contributions will also grow and continue to grow. Right now, they're supposed to level off around 2030, and they're supposed to level off. You're currently paying, I think, about 6 million in contributions, of which 4 million is unfunded liability, paying off your unfunded liability. The unfunded liability payment was scheduled to double in the next decade. It will more than double if this happens. You'll see it up here going up to, instead of being about 8 million in unfunded liability payments, you're going to see about 12 million in unfunded liability payments. It's going to triple. And it will continue at that level for the foreseeable future. Rough rule of thumb, if CalPERS were to continuously get about 2% less than their return, then they're assuming your unfunded liability does not go down with regular contributions with the current funding methodology. So if that happens over the next 25 years, you would be paying an additional $110 million to CalPERS. Okay. Now, if their returns are consistently lower, and actually, even if their returns aren't consistently lower, if we look at what's happened to the market in the last years, in the last months, the Fed dropped their interest rate down to pretty close to zero. That means that the fixed income portion of CalPERS investments are expected to earn pretty close to zero for the foreseeable future. When interest rates rise, they'll earn even less than that. They have about a third of their portfolio right now invested in fixed income. So if a third of their portfolio is expected to earn zero, it's going to be very difficult for them to have a total return that averages 7%. It means that their return on their equity portion, both global equity and private equity, are going to have to be very, very high. It means that their returns on real investments are also going to have to be real high. So that would require an aggressive and successful strategy by CalPERS. Now, first of all, I do want to mention again that during the last second quarter of this year, they got a phenomenal return. They leveraged their investments so that they were able to get a great return on the equity side. Soon after the end of the fiscal year, though, their chief investment officer left CalPERS. I'm not going to go into how or why. It doesn't really matter. But what does matter is they're looking for someone new right now. And the new chief investment officer is probably going to have a new approach, which means now in 2021, they are scheduled to have their regular look at their asset allocation and their regular look at their assumptions. If their previous chief investment officer had stayed, I would have said the chances of them keeping their discount rate at 7% were pretty good. As they look for a new one, I think the chances of them lowering their risk and going to a lower discount rate are higher than they would have been before. We won't know till next year, but it's a realistic thing to expect. Now, it's not necessarily realistic that they're going to go down to 6%. It took CalPERS 20 years to go from 8% down to 7%. 2000, they were at 8%, dropping down from 8.25%, and now they are at 7%. So it took them almost 20 years to get from 8% down to 7%. So we will, I'm going to talk about this as if they drop the rate to 6%. I think that is, that would be a big move for them, but I want to show you the impact so you understand. And what happens is if they drop the discount rate, if they assume less money is going to be coming in from investment return, that means that more money needs to come from your contributions and the contributions of your employees. That means that the liabilities are higher because they need to have, you would be expected to have more money in the trust now in order to cover the current liabilities. So the liabilities would go up. In fact, they would go up by the unfunded liability would increase by almost 50% from 70 million up to 103 million. And then if CalPERS earns the 6% return that they're projecting. That will start getting paid off. It'll rise a little bit for the next 5 years, as we talked about, because of the ramp up in the asset smoothing from this year, but then it'll start coming down. It does mean in terms of total contributions, though, as we look on the next page, that over the course of the next 25 years, you would be expected to pay an additional 90 million in contributions into the plan. Keeping in mind that 1 year's contribution right now is a little less than 9 million. It's about 10 extra years of contributions to make up for that 1% drop in a discount rate. Okay, now I don't know if giving you this bad news has stunned you all into silence. I'm going to ask if there are any questions, any clarifications before we move to sort of related issues.
Thank you. Thank you for the pause. I do see we had one hands up from Councilmember Coulson. Go ahead.
You're muted.
I know. Hi, Ira. Hey, so I just want to ask really quickly about the leveraged $80 billion leverage that the former CIO put on. What was that just throughout the portfolio? Was it, what was it, and how are they going to unwind that if the new CIO chooses to?
It was, I think it was primarily on the equity side. So I think, and again, I don't know the specifics, and they may already be unwinding it right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think that as they're waiting, they're moving away from some of the things that the previous investment officer was doing. So I have a feeling that by the time the new one, they have a new one on board, which I am sure they will have one on board before their meetings in January, when they start discussing their asset allocation and their investment returns. We'll start finding out more. They haven't necessarily reported too much about it.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have a question for Mr. Sommer before we? If not, I have one. There was a slide, Mr. Sommer, that you said, and I want to make sure I heard it correctly, back to forget about changing the rate of return from 7 to 6, but just from the issue of, let's say, CalPERS misses the 7, the mark, and hits an average return of 4.7, just like they did this year. Over 25 years, I think you said, so if we were like, if CalPERS is 2% less of a return, over 25 years, we'd owe 110 million to CalPERS. Did I hear that correctly?
110 million extra on top of what you would be paying right now. So
That's what I thought I heard, but I wanted to not hear that. Okay, so if they miss their mark, we would, over the course of time, over 25 years, have to spend another 110 to CalPERS. Wow.
Right, which is about an extra 5 million a year.
Thank you.
And your contributions right now, and again, right now they're about 6. They're going to be growing to about 10, I think, maybe, yeah, a little less than 10. So from that, add 5 a year on average. And that's, if they're a little more than 2% short, that's how much more you would be paying.
So there's a tension, and I'm not the finance guru on the team here by any stretch of the imagination, but there's a tension then between, having a rate of return that's more realistic, but you've just explained the repercussions of that versus missing the mark on their current return. It's kind of a grim picture all in all, but I guess there's a lot more in this presentation. And I do see Vice Mayor has her hand up, so why don't you go ahead?
Yes, just it's more kind of a comment / question now that we've received this depressing news. So with these incredible increases, I would kind of wonder, are there cities that are going to be on the verge of bankruptcy due to this?
Now, again, keep in mind, this is a hypothetical. This is what
right.
If
I understand.
They were to get a average 4.7% return a year every year for the next 25 years. And if if that becomes the new normal, that's going to say a lot of things about what's happening in the economy across the country. Now, what it might say is that inflation is staying right around zero the whole time. And it is possible that that is happening with a very, very low growth, very low inflation, in which case cities would not be doing particularly well, but you wouldn't be suffering too much. It wouldn't be as bad as what this year is bringing to most cities. On the other hand, if we look historically, I can't really remember actually. Probably the weakest prolonged period of investment return in the markets came from basically 1966 to 1981. 1966 is when the Dow hit 1,000 for the first time. 1981 is when it hit it again. During that time period, the markets pretty much did nothing. They went down, they went up. We had there was hyperinflation in the 70s. We had stagflation. People wore buttons talking about inflation. That was the most excitement that was happening in the 70s. And interest rates went up to about 18%, which is what finally sort of pushed the economy down enough to give it a chance to rebuild. That's probably the worst prolonged economic period that we've had in a couple centuries. It does not look like that's what's happening now, but that's probably what they said in the 60s. So again, I'm not expecting that. I'm not here. I do have it. Yeah, this may be coming off with even more of a depressing tone than it was intended to. This is more about watching out for what's going on and what may be happening and preparing for the downside, and not necessarily sort of hoping for the best and preparing for the worst. So this is what we're hoping this conversation will help you do, and take a look at the funding policy that you have and see if it needs some adjustments so that you can fine tune it. And by starting to prepare early, give your city a chance to have some flexibility in your budget so that you still can continue to deliver services to the people of Burlingame and keep your city the way you want your city to be.
No, thank you. We appreciate that comment. I see Councilmember Ortiz has a question, then Councilmember Browdrig, and then we should probably keep the presentation going. Councilmember Ortiz, go ahead.
Mine's real quick. You mentioned that lowering the discount rate to 6%, but it took a long time for the other one. You expect this one to be lowered to 6% at any time?
We showed 6% as an example because we do think it's going to be going down, but we don't know how much. So we picked a nice big increment from 7% to 6%. Hey,
thanks a lot.
I got your attention, didn't I?
You did.
So, I'm hoping that this is a lot worse than what you really have to deal with. And so we can talk about the concept without having to go into the specifics of I'm not saying it's gonna be this bad. I'm just saying, okay, this is the magnitude. More realistically, given what boards have done in the past, if they even do a 0.5% drop, they will probably phase it in over a 5-year period and do it in pieces. So you'll have more time, but sort of consistent with the funding policy you set up before of setting up sort of a higher threshold contribution, paying early more than CalPERS is asking and sticking the rest of it aside into a 115 trust. This might be a time to think about how you might want to do that. And while this year, because of what the shutdown has done to revenues for cities all across California and all across the country, may not be the right time to start paying even more in. It may be a time to say, okay, we're going to look at this, and when the revenues start coming in, this will get a higher priority than it would have otherwise, so that we can get ahead on this.
Thank you. Councilmember Brownrigg, go ahead.
So I'll just make a really quick comment. Appreciate the presentation. I do think maybe this council has just spent more time talking about it, but the notion that a lower discount rate means we owe more money is, very clear to everybody, I think. Just a couple of quick points. One, it could go down to 6%. It could go up to 8%. The market's been 10% over 50 years on average. So I feel comfortable at 7, to be honest. That said, this council has been investing ahead of requirement. I mean, that's why we have money in. And so we get the notion of, make hay while the sun shines sort of thing. So, and I guess the final point, which is, again, no mystery to you, Mr. Sommer, is an investment in pensions that's above what is required, or in terms of prudence, is an investment that you're not making in sidewalks or more park services. So, I do understand the importance of prudence, but for me personally, as someone who's been involved in finance for over 20 years, I don't want to take 1 year as indicative of future performance.
And I'm not, and the lowering the discount rate is not based on 1 year. And again, and I do believe it is more likely than not that they will be lowering the discount rate at this point. But again, not necessarily as large as the example that we were showing. It's my job to tell you the impact of all this. You get the extremely underpaid job of making the decisions to try and make everybody in your city happy. So I'm much happier to be on this side of the screen than your side of the screen.
Thank you.
So with that, let's continue with I see Councilmember Coulson, you have your hand up. And I do want to make sure we'll have Councilmember Coulson have a comment. Then we want to get through the presentation so we can get to the heart of the matter, which is we've got an expert here with us tonight. How's our strategy looking? What do you recommend we think about under COVID and a little bit beyond? So I want to make sure we have plenty of time to talk about that during our study session. Councilmember Coulson, go ahead.
That's fine. I'll go ahead and hold off unto the end because mine's more of a commentary, less of a question.
Great, thank you. All right, Mr. Sommer, thanks we'll keep on going.
Okay, so let's talk about the current pension funding policy. So the did it again, hold on. Sometimes trying to do things with, just trying to make sure you can see my pointer there. Okay, so the funding policy is your city put together a funding policy on the pension plan sort of to put extra money aside a few years ago. And this is something that we had been talking in the last few years of GovInvest to agencies to try and do. Your move was a good one to get ahead. It's a way to let rating agencies know that you're being responsible. It's a way to let the people in your city know that you're being responsible and to give guidance to future city councils. What you basically decided to do was looking at the contributions rising up and going down as a percentage of payroll. And these are graphs from the study that was done by Bartell Associates back, sort of updated from back in the day. You found out that your contributions as a percentage of payroll were scheduled to be increasing relatively dramatically. I just talked about in dollar terms how your contributions were increasing. They are also increasing faster than your payroll is expected to grow and faster than your revenue is projected to grow over the next decade. So rather than just pay what CalPERS was asking and having the peak of your contributions for miscellaneous go up to almost 50% of pay and for safety go up to almost 100% of pay, what you decided to do was to calculate an average rate of pay that you could pay now, which is higher than what you're paying, and pay that as a level percentage of payroll all the way for the next 20 years until the unfunded liability is paid off, 20, 25 years. And then it'll drop down to the normal cost. So putting a little more away now, the extra amount you put into a Section 115 trust. That Section 115 trust is being administered by PARS. Yeah, I mean, this shows how much extra contributions you put in. You put in over the fiscal year 17, 18, 18, 19, and 19, 20. You put in a total of $11.5 million. It was invested relatively conservatively, which I think is the right thing to do for a trust of this nature, and consistent with the way most people use sort of an additional 115 trust for pensions. The reason for that is that your money's in there only for a short period of time until you move it from there to CalPERS. You have it there. Most of your pension money is being invested by CalPERS and invested more aggressively by the CalPERS investment team. This money is just here for a short period of time, and you don't want to lose it. So you invest it conservatively, you get a better return than you would be getting if you kept it in your internal reserves. But under normal investment performance is not the kind of return that CalPERS gets on their trust. But in bad years, if CalPERS were to lose money and the market were to drop, you wouldn't be losing much, if any, on this. So the returns for the fiscal year 17-18 fiscal year, you got a 1.6% return. You got a little more than 7 in the 18-19, and in the 19-20 year, you got 4.6. So solid returns for those time periods. You are roughly a little less than half in fixed income and a little more than half in equity. So that's the allocation that you chose from PARS. They have, I think they have 3 options related to their pension trusts. This is not the most conservative, but it seems to have done relatively well. So one thing that you can think about if you want to, and if you're worried about the volatility in the markets, and one reason you might be worried about the volatility in the markets is this year the markets have actually jumped up or down 1% or more often than any other year in history. So there's more volatility going on this year than there's ever been before in the markets. And so if that's a worry and you're worried about that leading to a drop in the markets, this may be a time to ask PARS to get more conservative. If you believe this is going to be ending soon or an opportunity for growth, then stay where you are. Was that a question?
We actually, I wanted to let everybody know, we actually are not part of a pooled plan for PARS. We have an individual plan. The investment policy for that plan was set up to mimic a moderate strategy for PARS.
And I do see Councilmember Coulson has her hand up too. Thank you, Director Augustine.
Yes. So, Mr. Sommer, I'm curious. You're focusing on the equity side of the equation, but there's also the fixed income side. So if you're moving out of equities into, as we just discussed, almost 0% interest rate on fixed income, you have 2 risks. First of all, if your interest rates go up, you're going to lose capital. And secondly, if they're earning 0% and you've got 75% of your portfolio in there, you're also going to lose opportunity cost of capital. So, or you're going to be driven into, I'm guessing in the fixed income portfolio, more high yield or non, whether it's non-investment grade or private debt. How do you reconcile that?
First of all, we're trying not to be investment advisors right now. So this is not, I'm not here to necessarily make a recommendation. It's a tough time to invest. That's the sort of the short answer to it. Without getting more aggressive. And while PARS has some options, and PARS also has some people that if you are thinking about it, they've got some people to talk to for whom this is their primary area of expertise. If you're worried about it, it may make sense to have your staff have a conversation with them before doing it. But I'm not sure there are a lot of good options. Yeah, I'm not sure this is necessarily the right time to get into higher risk fixed income. The state of the economy would have me worried that the high risk would become higher risk, and that's the portion of fixed income I think that has the biggest chance of going down in value in the short term. Most of it's going to stay steady.
Thank you.
Okay, moving to, okay, so pension policy, sort of next steps. And again, this is 2020-21 is not necessarily a year when cities are thinking about putting extra money aside. My understanding is that your finances are in okay shape, that you had some good reserves and are doing okay. But even though pensions are the areas where we consult, and the same thing on the OPEB side, we understand that most cities that we've been talking to are trying to hold on to their reserves for the foreseeable future, just to find out more about what's happening with the economy and revenue shortfalls. So this is more of a discussion of what to do when things turn around and what to do with your policy. One option is to make what's called additional discretionary payments, to give more money to CalPERS directly. And doing that lowers your contribution right away. You can pay off the longer amortization bases, the amounts, the ones that you're going to be paying more interest on over time, and lower your overall payments. That'll end out going directly to your balance sheet. And, so that's a positive. The disadvantage, though, is once you give the money to CalPERS, CalPERS has that money, they lower your contribution rate, and they keep asking you for whatever is the next year's contribution coming up. So if you end out having a drop in revenue or something happening that you have a need for additional spending from your city, you don't have that money available. So this may not be the best time to think about additional discretionary payments. The second option is using a Section 115 trust, doing what you're doing with taking the additional amounts that you have set aside, putting them into a Section 115 trust. The good thing about a Section 115 trust is those monies can be invested in a way to get a better return than your internal reserves. They will eventually be used for pension contributions, but if you have financial hardship for whatever reason, you can first stop making additional payments to the 115 trust because you control it. And then second, if things get really bad, and some of the agencies who, like you, had the foresight to put money into a Section 115 trust and are having really hard times right now, are using the money in that Section 115 trust to make their pension contributions to CalPERS for this year and part of next year, and therefore using it to help them through the tough times they're having in other parts of their budget. So while you can't bring it back into your budget directly, you can replace contributions you would have made from the general fund with money coming out of the 115 trust if you need to. And that gives you some flexibility. The question with regard to this, though, and again, you have this threshold rate, and given the financial sort of uncertainty right now, we wouldn't necessarily recommend switching it. But what we are seeing a number of cities with an approach like this doing in the, once things turn around, is they are calculating their threshold rate using a lower discount rate than what CalPERS is actually using. So they are saying that we think CalPERS will be moving discount rate down. So we are going to go there early and start putting extra money into this 115 trust early so that it can grow with investment return and allow us to level out. It'll level out at a higher level than it would have been before, but the sooner you start putting money aside, the less money you have to put away because it'll grow with investment return. So that is something that if this is your concern, and again, you have time if you're not going to be doing it in the next budget or two, is to direct your staff to start working on a revised approach. And again, the software that our company developed that you're using, that you have access to, will allow you to run through all the what if models to see which approach might be most effective to get you where you want to go.
And largely, this slide shows that if we were to assume a 6% rate of return, I mean, that basically our threshold rate would not go up. In fact, it's being shown as going down a little bit. We are currently, our current threshold rate is adequate to under more conservative assumptions. And so that's basically what we're trying to show here. Other things happening with the actuarial liability as far as the blend of PEPRA and non-PEPRA and other things happening within our current population means that we are being very conservative at the current threshold rates, so that even a change to drop it to 6%, we're covered.
Okay, another approach that some cities have looked at. Some cities were going with what CalPERS calls a fresh start, which is where you take all your separate amortization bases, combine them together and pay them off over a shorter period of time. This, again, puts you in the constraint that if you come into financial hardship, they don't let you undo that at any point in time. An alternative approach would be what is referred to here as a soft fresh start, or what I usually refer to as a virtual fresh start, where you calculate how much it would be to pay off your unfunded liability over a shorter period of time and make those payments. So it's similar to if you get a 30-year mortgage on your house, but you start paying it off as if you have a 15-year mortgage on your house. If you go all the way through for 15 years, you paid off your mortgage. If 10 years in, you have your car breaks down and you need to get money for something else, you have the ability to go back to paying at the lower rate for the 30-year rate and take care of whatever your problems are. So a number of cities in the Bay Area and all across California are using the virtual fresh start approach, or they were until the shutdown this year. And then they are happy that they did, because they were able to stop making the additional payments when their revenues fell short. Skipping over to the OPEB funding. So I want to go real quickly through the retiree health plan. Your retiree health plan, you've got 3 tiers. And as the finance director was mentioning, that your current employees are in tier 3. Most of their amount is coming through a savings plan where money gets set aside for them. And they get access to the PERS retiree health plan, and you contribute at the PEMCA minimum. So the liabilities related to that are much less than your longer term employees in tier 1 and tier 2. You have been setting aside money, pre-funding your retiree health liabilities since I think 2013, 2014. Right now, you have $22 million set aside in a Section 115 trust administered by CalPERS in their SERP program. You're in strategy 1, which is the most aggressive of their 3 investment strategies. Your liabilities are expected, the blue line at the top here is a measure of your liabilities, which are going to be growing over the next few years slightly before leveling off. The light blue at the bottom in this picture are your assets. So you are still only about 40% funded, but you are projected to get 100% funded. It's going to be growing pretty regularly up till about, I think, 2033, 2034. That's when you're expected to be 100% funded on your OPEB plan. Your contributions to the OPEB plan, actually, this is actually asset. The contributions to the OPEB plan are going to be growing slightly from the current level of about 4.5 million up to about 5.25 million over the next 15 years, but that's relatively slow growth. So they're projected to grow about the level that your revenue and your payroll are expected to grow over the next decade. At which point, once you've gotten the plan 100% funded, your requirement moving forward will be less than $1 million a year moving forward after that. So you're pre-funding now, you're making the payments now so that future city councils will have a lot more flexibility in their budget. One question that you want to start, it's more a question of when you want to start thinking about this, and this may be a little bit early, but as your liabilities mature, it's often, a lot of agencies consider making their investment strategies more conservative as their liabilities mature, as you get closer to paying everything off, as you get mostly to having almost all retirees. That's similar to what people do with their individual portfolios as they get older and they want to take less risk because they have less time to go through the ups and downs of the market. Doing that would lower your expected return. CalPERS in their SERP has 3 investment strategies. Again, you're currently in strategy 1, which is the most aggressive, expecting about a 7.5% return. Their strategy 2, a little less aggressive, is expected to get about 7, and their strategy 3 about 6.25. Again, you're not necessarily right now in a place, you're in a spot where your assets are looking to grow significantly over the next decade. So based on that, this is not necessarily the right time to make that shift, but it is something to keep an eye on over the next few years and see how your retiree population and your active population evolve, and look at when might be the right time to get a little more conservative. By doing that, and this basically shows the extra cost, if you were to go into right now, you're at this green line at the bottom where your costs are going to go from about 4.5 up to 5.25 million. If you shifted to the most conservative of these, the 6.2, you're going to have to put in about $1 million extra a year, each year for the next dozen years to be able to make up for the shortfall. So it's, as with everything else, the safety and security is not free. All right, sorry about rushing through the last part of this, but I did want to try and finish up, before 7.
No, we appreciate that because there's some important conversations that your last slide reflects on. Do you have some comments on any of these big picture before we open up to additional questions?
And I mean, again, the comments are still consistent with everything else. The investment market is going to be similar for the OPEB plan as it is for the pension plan, as it is for everything else. These are difficult times and difficult questions. So, yeah, this is, yeah, I think we've had the discussion already related to pensions.
Right. Thank you for that. And Director Augustine, do you have any comments before we open up to final kind of questions and comments from council?
No, we're here for any feedback you might have. Our recommendation would be to stay the course, watch carefully, keep track of that, keep running assumptions, different assumptions through. And if we have changes that we want to recommend, we would bring them to you. But that's, if you have any thoughts on that, that's what tonight is for.
Great. And we really do appreciate this, you know, kind of an annual look at this, but particularly under the pandemic. This is just a really important conversation for us to understand the different variables. Colleagues, who would like to wrap up? We have a little less than 5 minutes. Actually, we have more like 3 minutes, but comments or questions? I don't know if Councilmember Coulson wants to kick us off.
Sure, I'm happy to do it. So clearly this is not something that's just impacting Burlingame. This is impacting every city and municipal agency throughout the state. So my first comment is that, you know, probably Sacramento needs to start taking a look at this a little harder, like the California rule. I know it's just gone to court. But also, you know, my inclination on this is we're looking at this very myopically in a vacuum of just pensions. So we're not looking at it in terms of wages, salaries, infrastructure, capital costs, and all the other things. So we might be investing in CalPERS at 4.5, but it's costing us 10% a year on every dollar that we don't invest in redoing a road or fixing a building. So to me, the analysis has to expand beyond what we've discussed tonight and has to take a more broad look. And I think one place that could probably happen is maybe when we're working on the CAFR, Carol, and working on at the audit committee or something like that, we could take a look at more holistically at it. And I think at some point, you know, it's probably reasonable, Carol, you might be doing this, to have some of the workforce weigh in on this conversation, only because if our pensions begin to cannibalize our budgets, then it's our workers who will be laid off, or who will be our workforce, our active workforce, that will have to bear some of the brunt, along with you know, redirecting capital in infrastructure work. So I thank you for going over this. It was obviously very helpful to get a reminder.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Coulson. Colleagues, other questions or comments as we wrap this portion of the study session meeting?
Mayor, if I could, I just, quick comment. I'm just glad that we did what we did a few years ago and started pre-funding. I think when we talk about cannibalizing our budget, if we didn't do it, and if we don't continue to do it, then we will have some real issues in the future. And I'm glad that we're doing this ahead so that we at least have a little better sense of what a budget is going to look like. But thank you for the presentation. That was really helpful. And I'm really going to encourage a lot of members of the community to watch the video, because you made it easy to understand and it's not. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Other final comments?
If I can say just one more thing, I do want to sort of just sort of give some support to what Councilmember Coulson did say about looking at this holistically. One of the things, and this is looking at all the related to wages and every other project. One of the things that we've seen from a number of cities is that by doing the pre-funding that you're doing, your credit rating, and my understanding is you've got a great credit rating right now, but your credit rating is lower because you've been responsible with all this, which means your cost of capital for doing other projects is lower than it is otherwise. So again, that's all part of looking at this and the big picture with everything that you have going on. So this is one piece. And you want to make sure you're aware of this piece, but fit it in with everything else.
That's a great, probably way to close, Mr. Summer. Thank you so much for that and colleagues' comments. It sure makes me feel good that that we did the 115 trust and we did it the way we did and squirreled money away in our piggy bank to weather the storms ahead. I think that really was the right strategy for us at the time, and looks like it continues to be. So thank you so much. To be continued. With that, I think we'll wrap this part of the study session, and I'll turn back to our city clerk and see if we have any procedure as we flip, if there's an appropriate pause. But for our friends at GovInvest, thank you so much for the presentation tonight. We're really glad you could be with us. Thank you for your expertise.
Thanks for taking the time to listen to us.
All right. Madam City Clerk.
You guys are welcome to take a break if you need it, or we do have a big agenda, so we can just keep going if you'd like as well.
Let's take a 1 minute to refill a water glass if anybody needs it, and then we'll resume here momentarily. So thank you.
Sounds good.
Megan, I'm here. I've lost my screen. Are you on pause right now?
I mean, the meeting's still rolling because I can't stop recording.
Oh, got it. Okay. I didn't know if I had pressed the wrong button or such. When we have visuals on everybody back, we'll resume.
I didn't mean to ask you to mute, Lisa.
I did myself.
Okay.
All right, looks like we have almost everybody back. All right, Councilmember Brownrigg, I don't know if he just has his avatar up or if he's with us. Councilmember Brownrigg, are you with us yet?
Sorry, me?
Yes.
I'm here. Sorry. I forgot
Excellent.
the avatar off. I apologize.
Okay, thanks. Glad you're with us. All right, with that, then we will call to order the October 19th, 2020 regular meeting of the Burlingame City Council. Thank you all for your patience. We had a study session that began at 6 p.m. and we just needed a quick breather between meetings, and we're delighted you joined us tonight. So we're officially called to order at 7:06 p.m. I'm going to turn it over to the city clerk so that she can explain to members of the public who may be new to Zoom, who'd like to understand how they can participate in the meeting with us tonight.
Hi, everyone. So there's a couple of rules for tonight. If you can keep yourself on mute and your camera off until you've been called on for public comment or a presentation. If you would like to speak during the meeting, there's a couple ways to make public comment. You can either email me at publiccomment@burlingame.org, or you can Zoom chat me, which is a little feature at the bottom of your screen. And you can also raise your hand if you'd like to say your comment yourself. There's a little Zoom feature that lets you have a blue hand, and we will then call on you.
All right, thank you for that, Madam City Clerk. And if anybody calls in via telephone, it's *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. And we'll just do reminders before public comment at each section on that. So we'll begin with item number 2. As is our tradition, we will do a pledge allegiance to the flag. If you're able, please join me in standing for the pledge. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we are moving on now to item number 3, which is our official roll call. Turn it over to our city clerk.
Councilmember Wilson? Here. Councilmember Brownrigg?
Present.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Present.
Vice Mayor O'Brien?
Present.
Mayor Beach?
Present. Thank you. We're all accounted for. Item 4, we did not have a closed session, so there is nothing to report out. Item number 5, we do have a few upcoming events to highlight. Just first and foremost, it's voting time. So everybody, please remember to cast your ballot. You should have received it in the mail from the County of San Mateo. There are numerous ways to vote. We have voting drop boxes that are safe ways to get your ballot directly to our elections office. One is located outside City Hall. One is located on Truesdale, right outside the Burlingame School District office. And one is located outside the City of Burlingame Parks and Recreation portable at 1010 Burlingame Avenue. If you can also put it in the mailbox, it's already postage paid. Do that as soon as possible. And if you do want to vote in person, there are lots of options. You can learn about how to do it. But here in Burlingame, as of October 31st, St. Paul's Church will be open for voting in person. We have at our next city council meeting, we will be honoring veterans, both past and current service members. And if you'd like to nominate a veteran in the community to be honored at our city council meeting on November 2nd, we welcome those nominations by October 26th. I believe that's a week from tonight. So there's more information in our city e-news, or you can call our City Hall offices to find out more basic information about dates of service, and we look forward to that wonderful tradition every year. We have playgrounds that are now opening, but please know there are lots of safety precautions, so please read up on those and don't join the playground if you can't take all the rules into consideration, or if you're concerned about your own health risks or your families, but playgrounds are starting to phase open here in Burlingame. We have some announcements from our Parks and Recreation Department. Hocus Pocus is the drive-in movie at the Golf Center. This has been a huge success, and we really appreciate our creative recreation staff for finding ways for people to enjoy movies. Friday, October 30th at sunset. The cost is only $10 per car. You need to pre-register, so you can call the Parks and Recreation Department to sign up. We're also having a Halloween parade. a socially distanced Halloween event Thursday, October 29th from 5 to 6 p.m. You can learn more about the parade route and information at burlingame.org/Halloween parade. There'll be plenty of social distance and safety, but some fun for the kids that will be, for the most part, missing traditional trick-or-treating this year. I don't have any other announcements at this time. I'd open it up to colleagues. If you have anything you'd like to flag for the community, I welcome you to pipe in. I see Councilmember Brownrigg. Sure, go ahead.
Well, actually, it's unfair, but I'm going to put one of my colleagues on the spot. But I had heard a rumor from our wonderful librarian that, and maybe this has been in the e-news, in which case I missed it, that we might be looking for ways to donate books again. And I heard that Councilwoman Colson was behind this, as she is behind so many good initiatives. And I wondered if it was true, because I, like many people, we've been clearing out attics and all sorts of spaces, and I've got books. It's looking like some Charles Dickens play around here or something.
So our city librarian is actually on vacation this week, so he is not with us at the Zoom. But I do think there is the Library Foundation is opening up a storefront, so to speak, over in the Dewey Building on Lorton, near where Nacheria is or was. And I think that is opening any day now. I don't have the exact date.
It's Wednesday. They're opening, the first opening is 2 to 4. And I believe you need to set up an appointment, email Jim Cannon. I think he's organizing all that. Set up an appointment and you can bring your books in. You might want to maybe photograph or list out your books before you send them so that you make sure to bring just things that they can actually take.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilmember Colson. That's a great initiative. And for the creativity. Any other announcements, colleagues? All right, seeing none, that spurred my memory for a very important one, and there'll be lots more information to follow, but there's a wonderful committee and there's a committee group of citizens and staff that are involved in planning Burlingame Stands United Against Hate, version 2.0. That was an event, a week-long event that started last year under Mayor Colson's leadership. We are going to be celebrating it the week of November 30th, I believe, through December 6th. More to follow, but kind of put that on everybody's radar. It'll be a great series of events, and there's a lot of creative people that are coming up with some terrific ideas. So with that, without any additional announcements, we will move on then to presentations. We don't have any official presentations tonight, but we will move on to public comments for non-agenda items. So this is the time, members of the public, if you've joined us tonight and you'd like to address the City Council, this is the time you can do so about items that are not currently on the agenda. The Ralph M. Brown Act, which is the open meeting law, prevents us from commenting or deliberating on these items, but we can consider them for future agenda items. Again, if you have comments on items that are on the agenda, there'll be opportunities for you to speak later in the meeting, but this is a chance to address the council on anything that's on your mind, currently not on the agenda. Madam City Clerk, do we have any folks who would like to speak?
We have no non-agendized comments.
We'll give a moment just in case there's a member of the public who wishes to go to your participant window and do the raise hand feature. If you're dialing in by phone, this is the time to dial *9 on your phone. And I don't see any hands raised. So we will close public comments for items not on the agenda at this time. Moving on to item 8, we have our consent calendar, and these are items that are usually approved in a single motion unless somebody decides to pull them for a separate discussion. Members of the public can do so, or members of the City Council can do so. So I'll ask at this time if colleagues would like to pull any items from the consent calendar, which is item 8A through 8F. I see 2 hands raised. I'm not sure who raised first, but we'll go with Councilmember Colson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I have 2 items, 8D and 8F. 8D is the playground equipment, and 8F is impacts on Park and Rec with regard to minimum wage.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Brownrigg, which item would you like to pull?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 8C, please.
All right, so with that, we have 3 items that wish to be pulled from the consent calendar. Do any members of the public wish to pull an item from the consent calendar? This would be the time you could raise your hand in the participant window or dial *9 on the phone. Seeing no members of the public who wish to pull an item, would anybody like to make a motion to approve item 8A and 8B and 8E?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Or second.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Coulson made the motion and Councilmember Brownrigg had a second. We'll take a roll call vote.
I didn't make it. I think it was, sorry. think it was-
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was, I meant Councilmember Ortiz. I just said your name for some
She
reason.
has a
You-
deep, she
You
has a
sound
deep
nothing
voice. Don't-
alike. Sometimes the brain fries. Okay, we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote. Thanks.
Councilmember Coulson,
Wow, yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz,
Yes,
Vice Mayor O'Brien,
Yes.
Mayor Beach.
Yes. All right, those items pass. So we'll move on to item 8C. I believe was that Councilmember Brownrigg's item? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is to do with submitting grant requests for a couple of different projects. They both sound very worthy. I had a hard time understanding the California Drive bicycle proposal. It was quite a thick packet, but I did look pretty diligently, so I don't really understand what we're proposing. I understand that we want to have a Class 2 bike lane, which I think I'm fully supportive of if Class 2 means protected. But I didn't see any renderings or see any stripings. I didn't know if we were talking about putting California on a road diet. Is this stuff that we are going to be talking about if we get the grant, or we already have a design and the grant pays for the design that's already been approved?
Thank you. I think that's a great question for our Public Works Director, Director Martuza.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Brownrigg, this grant is for design and construction of the California Drive bike facility project. As you know, that the city is currently in the final stages of updating the bike and pedestrian plan. And that bike and pedestrian plan provides a number of options, alternatives relative to bike facilities on California Drive, various stretches of California Drive between Broadway and Peninsula Avenue. One of those options include Class 2, as in going all the way to separated bike away option as well, with a lot of trade-offs. And those trade-offs are all included in the bike pad master plan. However, an opportunity came up with the TA's Measure A and W grant. So we applied for that high priority project as identified in the master plan. And the concept is to design the bike facility with a minimum of Class 2 bike lane facility. It could be more than that. It could be Class 4. It could be Class 2 with barriers. So and it is between Broadway and Oak Grove for now, and then there are future stages or other segments of California Drive that have different segments and a little more complicated. We thought this is the one that would be readily implementable from a grant perspective, meaning the grant deadline. The grant deadline was in September, so staff has already applied for the grant. This is a pro forma resolution that is required as part of the application.
So I'm sorry, I am going to drill down a little bit. So I'm not going to stand in the way of a pro forma resolution. That's paperwork, basically. We're shuffling papers. So I get it. I'm just trying to understand what we expect to be the outcome of the design. In other words, is it your thought, Mr. Director, that we can design the bike lanes irrespective of what we do with the roadway? It seems to me the two would be linked, or maybe they're not. Do you see the question I'm trying to get at? It. I worry a little bit that we'll design something for bikes and then wind up finding that we're 6 inches or 12 inches or 24 inches off when it comes down to redesigning the roadway.
So yeah, let me answer that. So the scope of the grant project involves doing public outreach for getting a public input regarding options of removing parking spaces, changing the roadway design possibly to either remove parking spaces or possibly considering the road diet. That is also an option included. And also it includes, among all those options, the minimal design that is expected is to have a Class 2 facility. But it will come with the trade-offs are removing parking or perhaps removing doing the roadway diet, and all of that is part of the design process. And then once that design is completed, then we will proceed with the actual construction.
Okay, well, I'm not going to argue with a man who just came down from Everest, so thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I'll be happy to answer any details, and there will be a lot of opportunities for public outreach on this throughout this, and so it will take more than a year before we finalize the design. So it will not be 12 inches or 2 feet here there. We will make sure this is a comprehensive design. This will be the first project after the completion of the bike ped plan. So it will have all the input from the public and council, Teaspoon and BPAC.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Martuza, and thanks for the question, Councilmember Brownrigg. Just a little color commentary on this, that these grants, particularly one that has this much money available, like the Transportation Authority is putting out with a combination of Measure A and W funds, they really only happen every 2 or 3 years, the cycle. So I appreciate staff's initiative by, it's not perfect timing. Obviously, we'd love to have the bike ped master plan completely buttoned up and know exactly what project, but there's a lot of design work, and then the money, if we're lucky enough to earn the grant, then there's time to do that design work, to do that public outreach, and a couple of years to use that money. And so I think it's a good move to at least apply for these grants if the money's available.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I completely agree. Seize the opportunity, but what I also think I heard the director saying is, notwithstanding that we call this a bike grant, it actually will be part of a design process that looks at the entire roadbed from California to Oak Grove. And that was really my main concern. So I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear this grant. I hope we win it. Will help underwrite that improvement. It's certainly a roadway I think that all of us have felt for a long time could use improvement. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Sure. Any other questions or comments for colleagues before we open up to public comment? All right, seeing no hands raised on council, I'll open it up to members of the public who may wish to speak on this. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody?
I don't see anyone's hand raised. Let me quickly check emails again. It doesn't look like we have any emails about this one.
Okay, last chance, *9 on your phone or raise your hand, members of the public. If not, I will close public comment, and then if anybody has a closing comment or wishes to propose a motion, we can entertain that instead.
I'll make a motion to approve item 8C, Madam Mayor.
Second.
Thank you. Motion made by Councilmember Brownrigg, seconded by Councilmember Ortiz. I think I got that right this time. We'll take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Coulson?
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
Vice Mayor O'Brien?
Yes.
Mayor Beach?
Yes. Motion passes unanimously. We're moving on now to item 8D on the consent calendar. I believe Councilmember Coulson pulled that. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's really not a controversial comment. It's more of a comment of gratitude. This little playground, I want to thank Director Glomstead and her team of Park and Rec commissioners and all the other people. I don't know if you guys took some time, or the public probably hasn't seen it, but per square foot of playground in this city, the Lot J, which is now going to be Primrose Park, aptly named, packs a bigger punch of child fun factor than any other playground, I think. And so I just really want to call out that I know we're working through these one by one, and I really appreciate that even during COVID, we're going to continue to get these renovated and ADA accessible and up and running. And I want to really just thank the team for doing, I think, on a tiny little playground, a most imaginative job.
Thank you, Councilmember Coulson. Great comments. Great opportunity to highlight this. I see Councilmember Brownrigg has his hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you. I completely endorse Councilwoman Coulson's comments. In fact, I was planning to say the same thing. I won't repeat it. What I will say is that park, well, first of all, kudos to Commissioner Milne for suggesting we rename it to Primrose, which I think is a delightful upgrade to the name of the park. But I do wonder, it does get so much use, whether there's any way we can make it bigger. Not for now, but for the future. I mean, it just gets, and maybe this will change when the park comes online behind the new housing, because we will have a new city park somewhat nearby, but it is amazing how many families, and especially small kids, use that Lot J Park. And if there were some way we could find to expand it, I think that would be an investment worth making.
Thanks, Councilmember Brownrigg.
Maybe even a second location at another parking lot in a different part of town. So by the library or something might work too.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other comments or questions before we open it up to public comment? Seeing none, I will ask members of the public if they wish to speak. Please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone.
We have one from Ian Milne, I believe, would like to speak.
Thank you, Commissioner Milne. Thanks for joining us and for the clever name recommendation change. And you've got 3 minutes to share your ideas with us. Thank you.
I thank you, Council members Coulson and Brownrigg for your compliments on the playground. Yeah, I was just going to speak to the name. You know, all of the other, the most commonly used method for naming playgrounds and parks in Burlingame is naming them after the street. So I think this makes it much more consistent. It's more clear. You know, nobody knows which lot is which unless you park there a lot of the time. You know, everybody knows where Primrose is, and it's only a 3-block long street. So I think it'll be a lot easier for people to know which one we're talking about. And really, it's just a nicer sounding name. So I don't think it's very controversial to change it. Maybe some car enthusiasts prefer the J lot, but I think everybody else would agree Primrose Playground has a nice ring to it. That's all I had to add. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other members of the public who'd wish to speak? Now would be a time to raise your hand in the participant window or dial *9 on your phone. All right. Seeing none, we will close public comment, and I'm delighted to entertain a motion, or if anybody has closing comments, you're welcome to pipe in now.
Make a motion to approve item 8D, please.
Thank you, Councilmember Coulson. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
By Vice Mayor O'Brien. We'll take our roll call vote.
Councilmember Coulson,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor O'Brien,
Yes.
Mayor Beach.
Yes, that motion passes unanimously. We are moving on to item 8F. Councilmember Coulson, you would like to pull this item as well.
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. So this is also a park and recreation commentary. It's about the impacts of the minimum wage on our recreation programming, and specifically about some of the programs that impact our, again, youngest residents and their families, which is our camp, our Little Sprouts, our college kids, and our villagers. And I just want to thank Margaret again, or Director Glomstead and City Manager Goldman, for allowing this analysis to come on and to really suggest that as much of this as the city can absorb, which is really hard during COVID, and we're trying to prioritize things, I would really like to see us, especially if we can means test it, so that those lowest income families are still able to participate in these programs to a full extent. And then I also want to just suggest to Director Glomstead that, maybe when the Park and Recreation Foundation, of which I'm serving on, sits down to look at how we're going to reallocate our funds, especially again during COVID when it's a little more vulnerable. People are having a harder time with daycare in the winter and in the summers for next year, that possibly we reorient some of that foundation money away from stuff and into people and into scholarships for low income and vulnerable families. So that's just my only observation and comment, but I just want to make sure that we don't lose anyone in the when these rates increase in January.
Thank you, Councilmember Coulson. Other colleagues with comments? Councilmember Brownrigg, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate Councilman Coulson making that a priority. I want to completely endorse that. I think in these times of economic instability, quite apart from the minimum wage impact, we should be helping to underwrite recreation and releases for families that are struggling and crammed into small apartments and houses and so forth. So I will certainly support if staff wants to propose enhanced funding to help bring down the cost for the next couple of years while the economy recovers. And if we can means test it, so much the better. I would certainly support that. And I wanted to speak in favor of it here.
Thank you, Councilmember Brownrigg. Vice Mayor O'Brien.
Yeah, so I had a question for Margaret. In regards to the scholarship fund, do we use all of that each year?
Not usually, since it's been bolstered by the foundation, which has really helped. We are looking at, our normal process is a 50% match. And I think there's some interest. The foundation does have a new funding source, and we're talking about making it, maybe it's a 25% match instead. And I think it's something we're going to explore doing with some of the other programs. So it's more of a tiered, scholarship, which happens with a lot of, in other places. I know we just had a commission meeting last night, so we did kind of let the commissioners know that we're going to be doing it. And I think our biggest challenge is the outreach. We really need to get it out there, because I've always felt strongly I'd rather give it out, all of it, and then come back asking for more. But one of our challenges is if you're not already connected with us, it's reaching those people, and they aren't always on the normal sources that, people who use a lot of our programs would have. So we're hoping to work with the school district to find a better way to, because they are much more in tune. And once we get that, the young age group within our family, so to say, programming, we'll know how to find them in the future, and they'll be able to grow up knowing the ability to get a scholarship. So we will be working very strongly on that.
I appreciate that, Margaret, because it's silly to have scholarship money that it isn't used.
Yeah.
So working on that outreach will definitely help with that, and I'm sure the schools will be quite helpful with that process because of, let's say, the free lunches that many of these kids receive. I'm sure they have all that information. That's probably a targeted area that we should go after.
Yeah.
Great comments. Other colleagues with comments as well? Don't see any other hands up. I echo and support that effort. I'm thinking, just brainstorming. I know when my kids were at one of the nursery schools in town, there was a scholarship program because, it was actually during a huge downturn. A lot of families needed it. Maybe some of even the nursery school outreach, the Burlingame Parents Club. It'd be interesting to know if even the Burlingame Collaborative might be able to, a conduit of information just for advertising. One of the things also, just as a thought, and I forget, I haven't signed, been away since my kids were little enough to do some of these younger student programs. But if there's a way to not just publicize scholarships are available, but when people are actually enrolling, where it's very user-friendly, sort of in your face, check here for a need-based scholarship on the platform or on the paper, if they're doing it via paper, or on the online. So it's not you have to look for that information, that it's really an obvious. That might be a simple way. I know that another organization I'm involved with, that's been a real a helpful thing, so that it's very clear and it's very discreet. Check here for a need-based scholarship, and then someone contacts you, so you don't have to hunt down a rabbit hole. Sometimes simple things like that might be helpful. Okay, with that, any members of the public who wish to speak, please raise your hand in the participant window or dial *9 on your phone. Seeing none, we can close the public comment, and glad to see we're doing some good investment in caring for the folks who are caring for our kids. Would anybody like to make a motion at this time on item 8F?
I would move to approve item 8F.
Thank you, Vice Mayor O'Brien. A
I
second?
second the Vice Mayor's.
Thank you, by Councilmember Brownrigg. Let's take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Coulson,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz, you're on mute.
Yes.
Vice Mayor O'Brien,
Yes.
Mayor Beach.
Yes. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, we're through our consent calendar and we're moving on to public hearings. Item 9A, we will be considering an ordinance to amend the zoning code on a project on El Camino Real. And with that, I believe I'll hand this over to our Community Development Director, Kevin Gardner.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Beach and members of the council. An application has been submitted for construction of a new 7-story mixed-use commercial and residential development at 1766 El Camino Real. The project site is zoned North Burlingame mixed use and is located approximately 1/2 mile from the Millbrae multimodal station. The application is being reviewed by the City Council because it includes a request for a zoning code amendment to alter the office parking ratio in the North Burlingame district. Code amendments cannot be specific to a particular property, so the application proposes an amendment that would be applicable to all properties within the North Burlingame mixed-use district. While the code amendment is the reason for the City Council review, the Council will review and take action on the full application, including the requested development entitlements. Regarding the office parking requirement, currently the office parking requirement for all zoning districts in the city is 1 space per 300 square feet. This application proposes a parking ratio of 1 space per 400 square feet, which is intended to reflect the zoning district's proximity to high quality transit, as well as general plan goals and policies. The project would also include a transportation demand management, or sometimes called TDM plan, specific to this project, with measures such as retaining a transportation coordinator, providing transit subsidies, maintaining an emergency ride home program, providing bicycle sharing, and unbundled on-site parking. For the development project, it proposes 7,588 square feet of retail uses on the ground floor, 4 floors of office uses totaling 148,057 square feet, and 60 residential units. Of the residential units, 5% would be below market rate, affordable to the low income category, which is 80% of median income or below. I should note that the provision to provide 5% low income units is an aspect of the North Burlingame zoning, which was adopted prior to the city adopting residential impact fees. The fee ordinance, the residential impact fee ordinance, requires 10% moderate income units in lieu of paying fees, but does not provide the option for low income units at a lower percentage, as this project is doing. Also to note is that the office space is subject to commercial linkage fees, which in this instance would total $2,317,820. So in summary, the applicant is requesting a mitigated negative declaration for environmental review, an amendment to the off-street parking code to reduce the office parking requirement in the North Burlingame mixed-use district to 1 to 400 square feet for office uses, design review for construction of the 7-story mixed-use commercial and residential building with retail, office, and 60 residential units, and a conditional use permit for mechanical parking stackers. The applicant has a presentation prepared, and also with us this evening are representatives of ICF, which prepared the environmental review, and Hexagon Transportation Consultants. I'd also like to recognize Catherine Keelan, who has been the staff planner on this application and is also with us this evening. So at this point, we're available for questions of staff or for the environmental consultants.
Thank you, Director Gardner. So yes, let's take questions from City Council members at this time before we start going through our process of beginning an official public hearing. And at that time, we'll make sure the applicant has a chance to speak as well. I see we have hands up. Vice Mayor O'Brien, go ahead.
Yes, so in regard to the, if the transportation demand management plan is utilized for a project, they potentially get a 20% parking reduction. Do they get audited so we are sure that there is a 20% reduction? And if they don't meet that 20% reduction, what's the penalty?
So those are features that we would want to include as we develop a transportation demand management ordinance. In this case, I think this project is a little ahead of us in terms of what we've put together for a citywide regulation. So in this particular case, monitoring has not been proposed. So it's really relies on the strength of the features of what's included in the program. But in this case, I think in the future, we would want to include monitoring and reporting, perhaps an annual reporting. But in this instance, that has not been proposed.
Okay, so let me back up a little bit then. So you said in this instance, it hasn't been proposed. To me, I'm looking at this, if they're asking for a change in the parking ratio, in addition to a 20% reduction, that plan should be monitored and it should be audited every year. And there should be a penalty.
We could certainly look at that as a condition of approval. I think it would be reasonable to have an annual reporting, and we have had annual reporting of other projects. For example, Burlingame Point has an annual reporting requirement on just the nature of the development process as well as the TDM. So that is something that we could add to this project as well.
Okay, so we could do that actually this evening then as a condition?
Yes, I would want to, with a caveat to the city attorney's office, but I believe the way this is structured and that the ordinance is introduced this evening, the actual entitlements come in the following meeting. So if a change was made to the conditions of approval, those would be reflected in the next meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
And if I could just weigh in on that, I think we would want to explore, have the discussion, explore council's direction on that further and get the contours of it and make sure that it's something that we can address at this stage. And then we would report back on that once we've had a chance to research it.
Thank you. Vice Mayor O'Brien, did you have additional questions?
No.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Brownrigg, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will probably have questions and comments after the presentation, but I did have two quick technical questions for staff at this point. And I probably should remember this from my days on the Planning Commission, Mr. Gardner. But my first question is, why do we need to amend our zoning code and not just, why does the applicant not just seek a variance?
Generally, the way we've, there would need to be a hardship findings and unique circumstances for a variance. And given that it's a newly constructed project, it's probably a little harder to make those kinds of findings. Whereas a code amendment is, it doesn't require a hardship. It does require the special circumstances in this instance, which apply to the entire district, but variance is really reserved for unique situations that would not apply to any other property, where generally the point of the variance is to even up the property with others around it in terms of the kinds of entitlements that it can enjoy. With this
Okay.
being a fairly large property with new construction, it would seem a little harder to justify a variance.
So that certainly sounds familiar. That is a brand new from the bottom up development need a variance. There's something wrong with the code. So I kind of remember that and understand that. Having said that, we are then changing the code for the rest of the district. So I do want to assure myself that staff believes that change is workable for the rest of the district. We're not letting the tail wag the dog here. Is that your view?
We do. So the discussion point of office parking ratios has been a question mark for a few years now, as we've looked at other projects in downtown as well. And I know the Planning Commission has asked, is 1 to 300 really correct? I think we were persuaded by the parking study that was prepared by Hexagon Transportation Consultants, who they are reputable, and they used case studies within the area that we felt were good proxies for this zoning district. And in fact, it may be that this parking ratio is applicable to other zones as well, where there's transit. That's not what's being proposed tonight, but we did feel that the 1 to 400 parking ratio was supportable for areas of Burlingame such as this, where there's good access to high quality transit.
So, sorry, quick comment. Yes, I do, I'm not hard to convince that our parking has been too onerous, our parking requirements. I will point out that this approach means we are in effect giving a benefit to a whole bunch of property owners without getting anything in return. But that's, I guess, the way of government. My last question at this point is, so there are benefits being claimed. There are bonuses being claimed because of benefits being provided. I think I understand the benefits being provided, but what are the bonuses that the applicant receives by providing those public benefits? What's the specific benefit that he gets or they get?
So in this case, the way the zoning is set up is the more, I'm kind of restating for the public as much, the more benefits that are included with the project, the more bonuses that are available. Those bonuses are primarily, with this project, it would be building height and floor area ratio for the office space. In other projects, that might also be a bonus on the residential density. In this case, there's 60 units, so they're not really getting a bonus on the residential density, but they are, they would be getting a higher floor area ratio, higher building height than would be allowed under what we call the lower tiers or the base tiers, as opposed to the higher tiers.
So just specifically, is that an extra floor or is that an extra few feet?
It's probably an extra couple of floors when you go from tier, there's 3 tiers. So this is looking at tier 3, which would be probably a couple of extra floors in addition to what would be the base elevation or the base building height and floor area ratios.
Okay, well, I'm going to come back to that later on. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you. Do we have other questions from colleagues for staff? Seeing none, I will just dovetail a little bit on Councilmember Brownrigg's and the Vice Mayor's questions. So just to reiterate, the community benefits that we're receiving, make sure I've got them straight in my head. We've got some low-income housing. They opted for 5% low income as opposed to 10% moderate. We've got a public plaza. We've got a transportation demand management plan. And then are the commercial linkage fees we're receiving, they're not considered community benefit though. That's just part of, they've got to do that because they have commercial space.
That's correct.
Okay, so it's those 3 things. And then I had the same question that the Vice Mayor had about what's the accountability in the TDM plan, but that's for further discussion a little bit later in this procedure. So seeing no other questions from council members, we will, at this point, request that the city clerk read the title of the proposed ordinance, and then we'll consider via a motion whether or not to introduce the ordinance by title.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Burlingame amending Title 25 Zoning Code of the Burlingame Municipal Code, Chapter 25.70 to amend the office parking regulations in the North Burlingame mixed use NBMU district to 1 space per 400 square feet.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Would anybody like to make a motion?
Move to waive further reading.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Do we have a second?
Through the mayor, I'm sorry, is that motion to waive further reading and introduce?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion made by the Vice Mayor, a second by Councilmember Ortiz. We'll take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Coulson,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz,
Go again. Yes.
Vice Mayor O'Brien,
Yes.
Mayor Beach.
Yes. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. We'll move on to the next part of the procedure, which will conduct a public hearing and consider all the testimony related to the ordinance. And so I'll officially open the public hearing at this time, and I understand the applicant would like a few minutes to provide some comments. If you'd like to make any kind of a short presentation, you're welcome to have 10 minutes at this point. We'll set a timer and try to keep to 10 minutes at this point, and then we'll see if colleagues have additional questions.
Hopefully everybody can hear me. I'm the applicant. I represent the applicant. My name is Mario Musi. I'm a lifelong resident of Burlingame, and I won't take too much time because we're on the clock. So I just want to say that I'm very excited and very proud of what we've come up with. It's been a long time. I originally submitted something back in 2006, and my timing is impeccable. Then we had a financial crisis, and now I submitted this during the pandemic, or a little bit before the pandemic. I just want to say that I think that what we've come up with is in harmony with the historical use of that area in terms of the commercial use. It's in harmony with the vision that the city of Burlingame has come up with for the North Burlingame area, and that it has the mix. And it also, the type of construction that we're doing, which is type 1A, is going to be in harmony with its neighbor, which is the hospital right across the street, creating what I deem to be a de facto gateway on El Camino coming in from Millbrae into Burlingame. So with that, I'll pass it over to the architect for the project, Bill Higgins.
Yes, hi, I'm Bill Higgins from the Smith Group, and I guess, Kevin, do you have our presentation lined up? So good evening, Mayor and council members. I just want to give you a brief overview of the project. So if we go to the next slide. This project is truly a mixed-use development in fulfilling the guidelines of the North Burlingame zoning area, mixed-use zoning area, with 2 levels of residential located on top of 4 levels of office, on top of 1 level of ground level lobby and commercial space, with 2 levels of below grade parking. If you go to the next slide. And of course, as Mario said, and Kevin illustrated, it's at a very important gateway into Burlingame at the corner of Truesdale and El Camino. It's actually fronting the frontage road of El Camino. Right next on the California side is the Burlingame police station. Next slide. And to further illustrate its location, in this area view site plan, you can see at the bottom of the slide is the frontage road of El Camino. On the top of the slide is California Drive. And what's unique about this is because there's a grade slope from El Camino down to California of about 11 or 12 feet, the parking entrance at California is actually at the same level as the basement parking of the main building, which is entered off of El Camino. So we have a ramp system, ingress and egress off of the El Camino frontage road, where my cursor is. Well, my cursor doesn't show it, and then an entrance off of the California Drive. But the big impact also is that it anchors this corner at Truesdale and El Camino. Next slide. And so just to walk you through the floor plans just very briefly, in accordance with the North Burlingame new interim zoning, we really have activated all the street frontage, the pedestrian level street frontage along El Camino and on Truesdale, with a combination of retail storefronts, which are in the red color, an office lobby, which is the main lobby entrance for the office. And then as we turn the corner around Truesdale, we have more commercial space, which could be a fitness center shared by the office and the residential residents. And then the yellow is a residential lobby with its adjacent amenities and its own drop-off and fire truck turnaround. So about 90% of the storefront area or this pedestrian experience is activated with storefront or lobby. You go to the next slide. And then as you walk up, the 4 levels of office are articulated with breaks in the massing to articulate the mass and to create a framework for a large floor plates, which can be either individual single tenant or multi-tenant, with breakout areas where these balconies are located. In the next slide. And then the residential level is a very efficient double-loaded corridor U-shaped plan with a combination of studios, 1-bedroom units and 2-bedroom units and 3-bedroom units on the corner. Next slide. And then the roof plan, actually the top roof will be unoccupied, but at that break between the office space and the residential space, we have a landscape terrace, which acts as an amenity space with views towards the airport for the residents. Next slide. Then below all this are 2 levels of underground parking that accommodate the parking requirement as we have provided, and about 160 spaces on level B1. And we go down 1 more level. On the next slide, we have about 223 spaces. And on this level, we have half of those spaces are what we call stacker units. And in this case, it's a puzzle stacker, which moves side by side to accommodate easy operation for the residents. Next slide. And as you can see, the building section is shown before, very integrated mixed use, 2 levels of residential on top of 4 levels of office, on top of commercial and lobby, and then 2 levels below grade parking. So the below grade parking is totally screened from the public. Next slide. And just a few views to give you a sense of the articulation of the architecture. We decided we wanted to create a very contemporary building, as Mario said, as a gateway into Burlingame. We wanted to anchor the corner at Truesdale and El Camino, and we also wanted to articulate the separation of the volume by creating these mass breaks, and then articulate the office space with this large canopy, which isolates the office and separates it from the residential. So you can really see a bottom, a middle, and a top to a very contemporary building. Next slide. And these are just a few more images, just wrap around. This is, again, a little bit coming more from the south and the aerial view from the south to give you a sense of that articulation and take a building that can, in a very contemporary way, give some expression to it so you can read what's office and what's residential. Next slide. And then as the side that faces California is where we have our drop off for the residential and a more punched opening expression, and you can see the open space upper level terrace for the residents. Next slide. And then as you move around the corner on Truesdale, this is that corner that as you enter, you will enter up to that drop off for the residents. So it's very private. Next slide. And then some more renderings along El Camino. This is the anchored corner, which would be the gateway into Burlingame from Millbrae. And you can see the articulation and the transparency of the facade punctured by some precast elements. Next slide. And then more coming from straight across from the Mills Peninsula Hospital area, you'll see the expression, how it kind of echoes a little bit of the architecture. This is office with residential on top, but the composition helps echo a little bit of the energy that the Mills Peninsula Hospital office building has. Next slide. And then finally, the articulation of the elements is based on the materials we use, with some multicolored precast, and then some transparency integrated as a curtain wall at the corner and then along the facade. And then finally, the next slide, we introduce a landscape plaza of about 5,000 square feet in the front, which acts as a breakout area for office workers, for spill out of the commercial space, and a gathering space for kiss and ride drop off in the front. And then you'll see the next slide that this plaza really extends the sidewalk concept. There's no definition of a sidewalk. The whole plaza reads from the building front to the curb. Next slide. And then this is articulating the entry. We have the opportunity for some grand signage to give definition to the building as part of that grand canopy at the entrance to the office building. And then finally, we have the last slide is to the introduction of the zoning code amendment, as Kevin previously acknowledged, the ratio of 1 to 300 to 1 to 400, that this is a transit-oriented development, a half a mile from the Millbrae Caltrain BART station. It's adjacent to the Samtrans bus stops, and as Hexagon has shown you, has explored it in many of its studies in the peninsula, the active utilized parking ratios are much less than 2.5 per thousand, and they have backup to show how this has really become the utilization. People aren't utilizing the parking that's provided, and so that's why we feel very comfortable that this ratio of 1 to 400 or 2.5 is fitting for the North Burlingame area. So we can open up for questions. Gary Black from Hexagon is here. Dave Lococo from Watry, the parking consultant, is here as well. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Higgins. We appreciate the presentation, and Mr. Musi for you being here with us tonight as well. We have a hand up from one of our council members. So yeah, let's take a few questions from the applicant, and then we'll certainly continue take a few questions from the council to the applicant, and then we'll continue with our public hearing as well. Councilmember Coulson, did you want to kick off with a question first?
Thank you. Yes, it's a very simple question, and it's either for Mr. Musi or Director Gardner, which is how long are the covenants on the affordable housing units? Are they 55 years?
55 years, that's correct.
Okay, great.
Thank you for that. Colleagues, do we have any other questions after that presentation? Councilmember Brownrigg, go ahead.
Well, I'm going to come back with a couple of comments, but first, I do want to say before I ask a question and make a couple of comments later that I have the deepest respect for the Musi family. I really understand that the family lives and breathes Burlingame, which I appreciate. I think it makes a difference. I think the owner developers understand our community and the fabric of our city, and probably appreciate how it's changing and taking advantage of some of those changes, which I'm perfectly content with. But I wonder, Mr. Musi, if you remember, we spoke a couple of years ago and I asked why the ratio wasn't 3 floors of residential and 3 floors of office, why it was 4 and 2. And I wonder if you answer that question, or if you remember how you answered the question, because I found it interesting.
Yeah, it's changed a little bit since I first answered it. When I answered it back then, it was purely a construction cost issue, and it still is that. I mean, what we're trying to do is we're trying to build type 1A construction, and any developer who's ever looked at our property, or even I'm sure what you guys have seen of proposed buildings that are primarily residential or even 50-50 residential, that what they tend to do is they tend to use construction type 3, which is the wood frame, and they do it on a podium with some grade level parking, which is something that I don't think we want collectively, that speaking on my behalf, and I think on the city's behalf, that we don't want that type of development there. But you know, if we were to go an extra floor, that's the type of economically feasible construction that we'd have to go down. We're technically using the office component to finance the high level construction component of the residential. So that's the bottom line.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Thanks for the question.
And thank you for your comments also. That's appreciated by me and our family.
Colleagues, before we allow any other members of the public to weigh in, do we have any other questions for the applicant or the architect related to the presentation? And this would be a good time to ask them.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I do have one other question.
Sure, go ahead.
The public benefit, I mean, I was going to come back to this later, but I might as well do it while the architect's on the line. The public benefits are the housing, I got it, and the plaza, like that plaza in front of the building by El Camino, that's considered a public benefit? Because it seems to me like you have to do that. I mean, is that really what we're counting as part of the benefits to the public?
Well, the plaza, the guidelines in the tier 3 is that the plaza would need to be a minimum of 2,000 square feet, and our plaza is about 3 times that. So it's not. It is a kind of mini park, mini plaza. Obviously, it's in scale with the building. But it does add value to the city of Burlingame to create something that is larger than what's required. But it also wraps around the corner in a way to help facilitate pedestrian movement in that area towards the Millbrae BART station. But we think it's an amenity that is going to activate the storefronts of the commercial space, and also give a great spill out space, break space for the residents, but also for the office workers. In today's COVID environment, where we see outdoor space is now going to be a premium. So it's about 3 times what was required for the tier 3 zoning as a benefit.
Thank you.
And just to add on to that, there'll be it looks like there's seating as well, and it will be inviting to the public. It won't feel exclusive to the office.
Yes, the whole idea is that it's going to be also it's a drop-off kiss and ride space for, you know, whether it's Uber or, you know, family members dropping off spouses or whatever. RHA, the landscape architects who's worked on your Broadway project, developed this streetscape, and it will include benches, bicycle parking, raised planters, street trees, ornamental trees, and sort of places that you can, you know, find a small group. It's not for big, large public occupancy, but for really to create clusters of users who can, you know, whether it's lunchtime or just breakout time.
Thank you for that. All right, seeing no other hands up from colleagues, we'll move on and see if there's any other members of the public that wish to make a comment during this public.
Madam Mayor, if I could.
Sure, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was trying to raise my hand, but I had my cursor somewhere else. There was a comment made about the trees and the ability for the roots to grow. There was some concerns expressed in one of the prior meetings. Could you address that for us?
Yes, we're looking, and as I mentioned, the landscape architect RHAA, we're looking at that, and that's why some of the planting is in raised planters. The tree line, the street trees actually are outside the drip line, if you will, of the basement. So the larger trees, which will be planted on terra firma, the other trees that are more the ornamental trees, we have sufficient height in the basement below due to the requirement for the stackers that we're going to drop the slab a couple feet so that those trees that will be over a structured deck will have sufficient soil depth to accommodate a vigorous tree growth.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Ortiz. All right, I don't see any other hands raised from colleagues, so we'll continue the public hearing. And any members of the public who wish to comment on this item, it would be a great time for you to go to your participant window, raise your hand, or if you're dialing in by phone, dial *9, and you'll have 3 minutes to add a comment.
We have one from Dale Young. He wrote in. He says, as residents of the area, we strongly oppose any reduction of the office parking ratio for the building proposed for 1766 El Camino Real. There is already a shortage of parking for clients patronizing other commercial buildings in the area, including occupying curbside spaces in front of nearby residences, creating a shortage of residential parking as well. It cannot be assumed that all patrons will use public transportation. For example, if there are medical or other health service offices, some patients may not have the mobility or capability to use other than vehicle transport. Employees of tenants also will not necessarily choose to use public transportation to work, especially following the impacts of the pandemic. It is inappropriate for a newcomer to compound the already serious parking shortage that exists in the immediate area. If inadequate parking is available for the proposed building, which is much larger than its predecessor, unaccommodated vehicles will crowd limited curbside parking and infringe upon existing residential parking, which is already insufficient. I don't see any hands raised, Madam Mayor. And we don't have anyone calling in, and there's no chats.
Okay, then we'll give everybody a last moment here. And with that, I think we will close the public hearing at this time. Since there's no other, hang on, I just saw a hand go up. Oh, that was Director Gardner. Director Gardner, before I close the public hearing, did you have a comment?
It's not part of the public hearing, but I did want to provide a clarification on a statement from earlier, so I can do that after the public hearing, but before the council deliberation.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you for that clarification. All right, we'll officially close the public hearing then, and we'll give, yes, our staff an opportunity to make any comments before we begin our deliberations.
I do have some clarification on the TDM monitoring. In fact, our climate action plan does have a tracking policy and procedure included in which TDM coordinators will report program metrics to the city annually, and that projects not meeting TDM requirements will be required to prepare an action plan to achieve the required reductions. So that would be covered by our climate action plan that was adopted last year.
That's great news because that's critically important piece of the puzzle. So yes, thank you for that. And actually, I have a question then, which I don't know, may ask the city attorney. If I would ask the applicant, would they employ the same? Can I ask the applicant a question right now, Madam City Attorney, if the public hearing is closed?
You have the discretion to reopen it to ask a question like that.
Yes, I would like to, because I think this is an important enough issue. So I'm going to use my discretion, reopen the public hearing, and you have a very reputable transportation demand management consultant with Hexagon. Would you keep them on board in order to do that follow-up yearly annual review? Or what would be the applicant's strategy for making sure the TDM plan is actually working as intended?
So I don't know about keeping Hexagon for however long the TDM's in place, because things change. Maybe the ownership might change, Hexagon might change. So, but the idea of monitoring and making sure that we're in compliance, I am agreeable to terms. I'd like to see what those terms are, but we're agreeable to that. We're not proposing this to then not follow through. Being a Burlingame resident, I would not appreciate the traffic that might be created if we didn't comply with the TDM. So I don't see any reason why we wouldn't want some type of monitoring.
Okay, thanks. And it'll be required through our climate action plan. I did appreciate that, you know, the proximity to Millbrae Transit Hub, which is sort of the transit hub mecca of the entire peninsula. I think your presentation mentioned a half mile, but if you go in the back door right there on California Drive, it's a few hundred feet at best. So thank you for that. With that, I think, unless colleagues, this is your last chance to ask any members of the public or ask the applicant any questions. If not, I'll go ahead and reclose the public hearing, and we will begin the next part of our procedure, which is any deliberations, and provide staff direction about how we are feeling on this application. Who would like to begin? Councilmember Ortiz, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, this is my neighborhood. I live right a few blocks up the hill, and I work across the street. And I look at this building, it's a pretty large building, but when we rezoned the whole north end, that's what we had in mind. And whether you disagree with some of the details of the architecture or not, this is what it calls for. I can't go against it. I think it makes sense. I think it's the right location. It fits with the hospital, and maybe even with the Truesdale, and who knows, with the future of the plaza or some of the other adjoining vacant lot that's pumpkin patch these days. In general terms, I'm in favor of it. I am concerned about the traffic, and so the TDM monitoring is important, and I think we should pursue that. Otherwise, I'm in favor of it, so I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councilmember Ortiz. I didn't see who had their hand up first, but I'll call on Councilmember Coulson to go ahead next. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really want to thank both Councilman Brownrigg and Vice Mayor O'Brien, because this is a complicated project, and I really appreciate your attention to all the detail on this. And I also do want to extend out thank you to both Director Gardner, the staff, and to our Planning Commission, because this is not a little single family home review. It's a complicated project. It's a unique project. It's got a very special location to the gateway of Burlingame. And I think that the Musi family has done a very nice job of creating a framework and relating this to the hospital, and creating a architectural synergy with that doesn't exactly mirror it, but respects it and begins to frame out that whole neighborhood. I know a lot of doctors are looking for better space, so possibly we will get some physicians that'll be able to stay here a little closer. And I appreciate that there will be some affordable housing in this project as well. I'm okay with the parking reduction, because the analysis and the data that Director Gardner has shown is that, in fact, even with these reduced parking ratios, there is still capacity in the parking. We still may not use all of that parking underground, according to the surrounding vicinity and the data available from that. So thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Planning Commission, and I appreciate the Musi's thinking so hard and sticking with this project over the last 15 years.
Thank you, Councilmember Coulson. Councilmember Brownrigg.
You know, I've done a lot of talking so far, Madam Mayor. I'll defer to the Vice Mayor and then follow up.
Well, I mean, go, please. I called on you first. You had your hand up, and then Vice Mayor will go, and then I'll go. Go ahead.
Okay. So again, I do appreciate the quality of the work. I appreciate, I think the building looks pretty elegant. And I guess I appreciate even that there's 2 floors of housing, since I don't think that's a requirement exactly. But it does trouble me that we don't have more housing. You know, when I have gone to bat, as we all have, over and over again in our community for more density because we think this is the right thing to do. You know, I can assure you, and Mr. Musi, as a resident, you know this is true. There is nobody who says, sign me up for more big buildings and more traffic. That's what I want. Like, nobody. But when you talk to residents about the importance of providing more housing and allowing Burlingame to be a part of the solution and not just roll up the drawbridge, most people get it. I have to confess, it just bothers me to have 4 stories of office and 2 stories of housing. It does make me think. So I really have almost no complaints with the project. I do have some deep concerns about the rules that allow this project to come to us in this state. You know, as I've heard it, we are adding 1 story or maybe even 2 of benefit, which, let me just tell you, is a tremendous economic value. And we are receiving 3 affordable units and a plaza, which I really can't in my own mind consider a public plaza, except that the public will walk across it. This is not going to be a gathering place the way our other open spaces and parks are. It just isn't. And so a system that allows us to trade 2 stories of value for that, it's not quite $23 for Manhattan, but boy, it feels imbalanced. And so really not for this project, which played by the rules, but I strongly believe we need to look at the balance of benefits and concessions and put our finger more on the scale for housing and affordable housing in particular. I think that's my main concern. I will use this as an opportunity to say something I've said in the past, in part to answer the member of the public who spoke. I had not realized, actually, after all these years, I had not realized that, and I can be corrected by staff, I often am, but I had not realized that we only allowed residential parking programs near our commercial district. And maybe that even means only downtown. I can't quite recall. But I strongly believe we need to open this up to residents because we don't know where the next big building's going to go. This is inevitably a concern. And I think one of the best ways we have as policymakers to address a neighborhood that is concerned is to say, well, if you're really concerned about outsiders parking in your neighborhood, then why don't you go ahead and get the votes for a residential parking permit system? It's a great way to answer that concern and to give residents tools to address the problem themselves. So I kind of want to put that on the table. And then finally, and it may be that Mr. Musi will say, and he may be well right, that if you're going to do steel construction, which is whatever class that is, as opposed to stick built, you're never going to be able to get above 5 stories. By the way, that seems to be changing with some of the manufactured lumber products, but put that to one side. In which case, then the solution I'm about to propose won't make any difference. But it did seem to me when we talked a couple of years ago that if the cost differential was such that that's why we went to 4 stories of office instead of 3 and 2 housing instead of 3, then we should look collectively for future projects at increasing the commercial impact fees to begin to send a market signal that we would prefer to have housing. So I think this is a big building to fit to get onto this lot, but I take the point of the architect and certainly Mr. Musi that it speaks to the building across the street, namely the hospital. It also does address the priorities that we set in writing the North Burlingame plan, which I was on planning commission for that. And that was that we wanted to see those tired old buildings turn over. And we knew the only way to make that happen was to allow additional density. So finally, mission accomplished on one site after however many years it's been that we passed that plan. So I do appreciate that, but life has also moved on, and the density that we're really short of is housing density. So, I guess I'll leave it at that. I do appreciate the architecture, but I don't think the balance of benefits and gives is very fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brownrigg. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yes, so I will speak briefly in regards to the housing component, but I'm mainly going to focus on the parking. So I'll actually talk about the parking first. In regard to the parking, I appreciate Director Gardner giving us the information that was incorporated in the Sustainability Action Plan. So at least we know there's some checks and balances there. However, I would like to see a penalty attached if they don't meet the conditions that are in the TDM. So I would like to hear from my colleagues in regards to that. And then it doesn't bother me that there's 2 floors of housing and not more than that. We do have to remember across the street at Peninsula Hospital, there's going to be 400 units built, and 258 of those are going to be affordable. We have a lot of units in the pipeline that haven't even been built yet. And we're experiencing already in the San Francisco Bay Area itself, there is a 20% vacancy. In the peninsula itself, we're close to 10%. In the San Francisco, there's a 31% rent decrease. And in the peninsula, there's a 7.8% decrease. And with rent control, you can only increase it by 5% plus CPI. So it's becoming much more affordable. And so I'd hate to see a glut of housing and it not be filled. And it's going to take time to build everything we have in the pipeline. So it's really hard to say that we have a shortage of housing when there are, over 1,000 units still need to be built. So the 2 floors actually are not a concern for me. I'm actually glad they incorporated housing into a commercial building. I would like to see people coming here to work. But my biggest question, and I'd be interested to hear my colleagues on this, is to put a penalty fee if TDM conditions are not met. Because if we're going to grant a reduction in parking, there has to be accountability to it.
Thanks, Vice Mayor O'Brien. Would staff like to respond to, I know we don't have a TDM ordinance yet. It's something that's been on the radar. It's something that there's a lot of discussion at the county level, CCAG, commute.org, about how this is becoming an issue in so many cities about having TDM policies with teeth, with accountability. Is that possible to do without a TDM ordinance at this time?
I may defer to the city attorney as well, just because I'm not sure what I think in this case, there are TDM policies, both in the general plan as well as the climate action plan. I just want to make sure we're not overstepping, but I do believe that policy framework does provide us with some tools to work for. Ideally, we would have a full TDM ordinance that has kind of everything already fully baked. In this case, we're implementing it through interpreting policies, but I do believe that it does provide us some options to interpret what's in the climate action plan, and in particular the directions for the annual reporting. And in that case, the emphasis is more on corrective action as opposed to penalties. So that is kind of a little policy distinction. When we do an ordinance, we could look at penalties more explicitly, but at least we have that policy direction, which is on the corrective actions.
Thanks, Director Gardner. And it seems to me that an ordinance, whenever we did implement something, everybody would be subject to it. People wouldn't be grandfathered. So if there were sudden, and maybe the city attorney could ask that, let's say 3/4 of the way through, 2022, an ordinance is adopted. Everybody would have to play by those rules at that point, and there would, if there were such a time, and implementing penalties is a serious thing that has to be weighed carefully. So the corrective action is the most important. But Madam City Attorney, what are your thoughts on how that would apply to past projects?
Right. I think that's a important line to identify and to make sure that we walk it carefully. And it's important also to distinguish entitlements from later ordinances enacted pursuant to the police power. So what we don't want to do at this stage is impose new substantive requirements that didn't exist at the time of, application and processing for a project that's working its way through. Having said that, I think that it's a very fair question. So at the staff level, before this comes back to you, we'll need to review thoroughly what we can do now for this project and also what recommendations we may have in future. I think that if we are adopting ordinances based on, the police power is the name of it, but it's sort of the general authority of the city to take actions to protect the general welfare, which in this case would also have to do with traffic and TDM. That's something that we can do that's independent of the entitlement process. And so that can be done later, and we would have to look at what sorts of enforcement are available to us and to which applications that can apply. If we're going to add that as an entitlement to the entitlement process, then that's something that has to happen earlier for the projects as they work their way through. So I think we just have to make sure we're selecting the right tool to address the very valid concern that the Vice Mayor has brought up, and make sure that we analyze it carefully and see how it applies both in the narrow case here, and then also making sure that we have that uniform policy that we can implement for the whole city going forward.
Thanks very much. Before I give my comments, I see Councilmember Ortiz has his hand up, so he may want to weigh in on this matter right now. Go ahead, Councilmember Ortiz.
Right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And yes, I just want to add my voice to the Vice Mayor's concerns. It is a big project, and traffic is going to be an issue, and I would like to see this enforced and for a longer period. So just putting it out there.
I think what I'm hearing, at least, and Director Gardner can tell me if he disagrees, but I'm hearing an interest from the council members in putting as much teeth as possible into this TDM, and then also looking at the broader question on a go forward basis of, how do we make sure that we have a rich and real policy going forward that applies to projects generally. And I think that's kind of a two-parter, and there may be a partial answer that applies here, and then a broader answer that applies citywide.
Thank you. I see Councilmember Brownrigg had his hand up next on, I'm assuming it's on this matter. Go ahead, and then we'll have Vice Mayor weigh in.
I support the Vice Mayor's initiative, appreciate it. Did wonder whether colleagues would, in addition to traffic management's monitoring, whether colleagues agree that allowing neighborhoods in the area to petition for residential parking permit programs would be something that we should look at as another solution to this potential problem.
Thanks, Councilmember Brownrigg, but I think that item is really a whole deep dive, separate discussion that wouldn't be appropriate, I think, for us to deliberate as an item tonight. I'll defer to the city attorney on that, but.
It is something that could come up as a potential new agenda item. As an outgrowth of this discussion, if it's something that the council wants to explore further. Obviously, it's not something that we can do within the four walls of this action, but it is something that the council may want to consider later.
Thank you. Vice Mayor O'Brien, go ahead.
Yeah, so my question actually has to do with something our attorney, Kathleen Kane, mentioned. You had said potentially a policy that goes kind of across the board with the TDM plans, but I'm actually more focused in the North Burlingame mixed use because we are changing the ratio of parking. We're not changing the ratio of parking throughout Burlingame projects. It's just in the North Burlingame mixed use area. So the way I was looking at it
is for all projects within that area because we're changing the parking ratio. I wasn't looking at it as a broad across the board Burlingame because we're not changing the ratios elsewhere.
Right.
To me, the bonus because we are potentially changing the ratio if we decide to do that.
Right, I understand that. And again, it's something that I think that we should take this feedback as staff and go back and look at it, because one option may be that there's a revised version of the ordinance that gets reintroduced of this ordinance, or it may be that there's a way of addressing those concerns in this project and then taking them up again as part of a broader TDM issue. So we have to look at sort of where it fits best. And I don't want to, try to overpromise on this meeting about exactly where that will land. I think we need a chance to do a little research and look at what models would be best to address it. But yes, certainly when you're changing the parking ratio, the trade-off is, we want to make sure that it's actually working as intended, and that makes a lot of sense.
Thank you.
Madam City Attorney, actually, I see Councilmember Coulson has her hand up. We'll let Councilmember Coulson go next, and then I'll have a question following up to what you just said. Go ahead, Councilmember Coulson.
Thank you very much. So my biggest concern is just compliance and then enforcement and how we think about enforcing this. If there were to be some sort of punitive enforcement action, I'd want to understand what that is. I'm always a little worried when punitive enforcement is a fine, because sometimes a monetary fine to one person means nothing and to another person means a lot. And my concern would be in a potentially big office building, somebody may just say, I'd rather pay the fine and not worry about, I'll violate and just pay the fine. It's worth it to me to pay the fine. So I just want to make sure whatever we do, that it's got something that our staff can actually enforce, and then the proper incentives set in place to actually make sure people comply with the TDM in a way that isn't just about people with money can buy their way out of it.
Thank you, Councilmember Coulson, for that comment. Well, I'll put my 2 cents out there. I think everybody else has had a chance to do that. I think this is a good project. It seems to me, as the rules were written, they've followed the rules. I think it's attractive. And I appreciate that they have a TDM plan. I deeply appreciate that we have some policy currently in place, even though we don't have a detailed ordinance that requires assessment to make sure they're in compliance. I do think it's a bigger discussion to have what that enforcement looks like, if there's fines, what fines, who does what. I think that's a bigger issue to put forth a really good TDM ordinance. So without a lot of thoughtful policy debate, I wouldn't want to try to legislate something on the fly here tonight without being really thoughtful about it. But I'm curious, I do think Councilmember Brownrigg brings up an interesting point, and we do have an opportunity. I think this is a really good project, and it has some good benefits. But as we're learning, and we have this sort of temporary zoning, this is the one part of town. I think this is the highest height we allow anywhere in the city, if I'm not mistaken. Director Gardner can correct me if I'm wrong, but with some of these bonuses, folks can go pretty high. I hope staff will help us through this and learn as projects go through. If there's tweaking that has to be made as we adopt our final zoning ordinance in the months ahead, are there tweaks we need to consider regarding density in this particular area to get the outcomes we want? I'd be open to it, but I do think this seems like a good project. I appreciate that. I wish there were more affordable units, but they followed the rules. There's some residential, commercial linkage fees as well that we can put towards affordable housing. And so I think those are my comments overall. I'm curious with what the city attorney suggested, that staff wants to have a bit of a huddle on this. We have an option right here. We can elect to direct staff to put the proposed, to place adoption of the proposed ordinance on the November 2nd meeting, but am I hearing that staff would like to have an opportunity to do some additional background work, or do we have what we need at this point?
I think that at a minimum, you know, maybe with that item or as a separate, I think at a minimum, we need to be able to report back to council about this issue of, you know, what's possible for the TDM enforcement on this project and what maybe that we could do either for the North Burlingame area or as a citywide issue in the short future, nearby future. So, you know, I think probably the thing to do is that we've heard your discussion, and if I'm summarizing it correctly, it sounds like people might have wished a bigger plaza or, you know, something like that, but that essentially that the project in the council's view meets the basic criteria. There is this open question about the TDM and its enforcement. So that's something that staff would want to bring back for your consideration. And it may be that we bring back a package that's adoptable at the next meeting. It may be that it's a two-step where we suggest reintroduction of an ordinance that has more to say about that in the ordinance itself. We sort of need a chance to evaluate that on the staff level and you know, also see if the project has ideas about ways of meeting the council's concerns that would allow it to go forward with, you know, and then leave an ordinance change for another time. So those are the things that we need to kind of evaluate between now and the next staff report when we bring this back.
Okay, I think I understood that.
So TBD, staff will report in the next thing that comes back to council on this issue. And it may or may not be acceptable to your collective policy preferences, but it's something that we can at least tell you what we found in our research and what we suggest as a way of meeting your concerns. And then if that's not good enough, you can tell us then, and we'll go back and try something else.
Okay, and probably the biggest issue that we're dealing with here tonight that I failed to weigh in on, but just to make it clear, I agree with Councilmember Coulson. I think the data shows that the parking, there is sufficient parking. If ever there were a place for transit-oriented development, whether you look at office or residential, this is it. This is the poster child for literally a stone's throw from the largest multimodal transit hub on the peninsula. I'm feeling comfortable with the zoning change, with the parking changes. So, but I do feel much more comfortable knowing that there's going to be some follow up on the TDM compliance. So, I see Vice Mayor O'Brien has her hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, just wanted to add one thing too. Just to make myself clear in regards to potential penalty fees. I would rather, you know, do it in a tiered system where, okay, you do the TDM may not work, then you bring in your corrective action plan. And if that correction action plan doesn't work, then implement fines. I mean, I do want them to be able to correct anyone that would be under this, have the opportunity to correct themselves. But if that doesn't work, then there has to be some accountability somewhere. And potentially look at tiered system based on the number of units, so it is fair across the board.
Thanks for those comments, Vice Mayor O'Brien. So we've had some good deliberation. We had a great presentation. The project has made it through planning. It's up to us where to go from here, so we can consider how we want to give staff direction. Am I hearing that we should move forward with this at this point and look forward to a report from our staff at the next meeting and consider where we can consider adoption? Is that accurate, Madam City Attorney?
Yes, and I want to set expectations that it may or may not make the next meeting depending on where the discussions go about the TDM enforcement questions. It may be the one after that, but we will move on it quickly and in coordination with the project proponents to see you know, what can be done from here on this issue. And then also to the Vice Mayor's point, you know, dealing with the question of adjusting the parking ratio for the area.
Okay, colleagues, do we have any other additional comments at this time? I think we have general consensus that the project is certainly approvable from our perspective. It kind of meets the criteria. There's just that sticking point I don't know if I articulated that clearly enough. Okay.
Right.
All right. Do you need a official vote from us or anything, Madam City Attorney?
I don't believe so, Director Gardner. Do you feel like we have sufficient direction?
Yes, we will follow up on these particular items, and as said, it'll come back in either the next meeting or the following, depending on the framework that we go forward with.
Okay. Well, colleagues, any closing comments? Seeing none, we thank Mr. Higgins for being with us and Mr. Musey for being with us and your family for many years of patience moving through the system. It's exciting to see the project, at least certainly at this stage, and we wish everybody well as we move forward. And staff, thank you for taking note of those action items. Okay. All right. With that, we will move on to item 9B, which we will consider another ordinance. So this is a more detailed process, amending the Burlingame Municipal Code to modify construction hours. And I think this is for Director Gardner again. This is an item that we've heard it a few times and we've made some tweaks. So hopefully whatever time this is the charm. Go ahead, Director Gardner.
Thank you, Mayor Beach, members of the council. This item was introduced at the last City Council meeting on October 5th. In the interest of time, rather than going over all the details, I'll focus on what's changed since the last meeting. In that meeting, the council provided direction to staff to amend a portion of the ordinance relating to the modified hours of construction in the Bayfront Commercial, Innovative Industrial, and Rollins Road mixed-use zones. The majority of council members agreed with allowing construction to begin 1 hour earlier in these zones, but desired more clarity on which specific activities would be prohibited during that time. Rather than using the term excessive construction noise, which could be quite subjective, the revised ordinance limits specific activities that would be not allowed during the 7 to 8 a.m. hour. Staff reviewed comparatively loud construction equipment and has proposed prohibiting the use of chainsaws, jackhammers, pile drivers, and pneumatic impact wrenches during this initial first hour. These are all comparatively loud and disruptive, and staff believes that this list is comprehensive. The rest of the ordinance is unchanged from the October 5th meeting. This includes the provisions to allow exceptions for construction hours for time-sensitive construction operations, such as concrete pours. And it also includes provisions to allow work outside of construction hours within fully enclosed buildings, so long as the work does not exceed the exterior ambient noise level. Finally, we did find, we always want to be perfect, but did find a Scrivener's error in section 1, a wording in that it reads, except in the circumstances described earlier in this paragraph, and then only with written approval from the building approval. That should be building official. So rather than building approval, it's building official. We believe that is just a minor and non-substantive wording error, which would be considered a Scrivener's error. So with this summary, I'm available to answer questions, as is Building Chief Official Rick Caro is here with us, as well as Assistant City Attorney Spansale and City Attorney Kane.
Thank you, Director Gardner. Colleagues, we've discussed this at length before. Any further questions for staff? Seeing no hands raised, want to thank staff for going the extra mile to add those additional clarifications. It was a good ordinance, but it's gotten better. So we appreciate that, and the members of the public who helped weigh in as well. So at this point, we've received the staff report. We've asked questions. We have no further questions, and we'll request that the city clerk read the title of the proposed ordinance.
City of Burlingame Ordinance number 2020-to be determined, amending section 18.07.110 of the Burlingame Municipal Code.
Thank you. Would anybody like to make a motion to waive further reading and introduce the ordinance?
I'd like
Move to waive further reading and introduce the ordinance.
I think that was at the same time, but we'll go with Councilmember Ortiz was louder, and Madam Vice Mayor, would you like to second it?
Sure.
All right, thank you. We'll take our roll call vote.
Councilmember Coulson,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor O'Brien,
Yes.
Mayor Beach.
Yes, motion passes unanimously. I will now open the public hearing. We'll conduct it and see if any members of the public wish to speak on this item. If you're with us, you can go to the participant window, use the raise hand feature so we know you'd like to speak, or if you're calling in, you can dial *9 on your phone.
Don't see anyone, but I'm wondering if Elaine Breeze wants to speak.
No, thank you.
Okay. I think we're all good.
All right, and we thank Ms. Breeze for her participation in past discussions. Seeing no other members of the public with their hands raised, we'll close the public hearing and we'll discuss the ordinance and determine whether to bring it back for second reading and adoption. Colleagues, would anybody like to make a comment here or propose a motion? Well, I guess we don't need a motion, but don't see any other hands up. Seems like there's no additional comments, which I will take to mean that we're comfortable with it. It sounds to me like we've got some consensus then to bring it back for second reading and adoption, so we could direct the city clerk to publish a summary of the ordinance at least 5 days before its proposed adoption. Colleagues, do we have any objections to that? I don't see any hands up. I see some head nods saying sounds fine. All right, Madam City Attorney, we don't need a vote on that, do we?
That's right.
All right, thank you. Then with that, unless anybody has any comments, we'll move on to the next agenda item and thank staff for the extra work. We are on now to item 9C, which is the introduction of an ordinance to amend the San Mateo County Tourism Business Improvement District. And I will turn this over. Let me see the staff report here. Oh, I see this is an item that came to us through our finance director, Director Augustine, and she'll set the stage in the context for what this means and whether or not it has any impact really on our city. Director Augustine, would you like to go ahead?
Sure. As said in the staff report, very briefly, the San Mateo County Tourism Business Improvement District was established in 2001. The City of Burlingame acted as the lead agency in the formation of the district and continues to administer the process each year by collecting the assessments and forwarding the funds to the district. That's why it's Burlingame's ordinance that we're talking about tonight. In 2010, Palo Alto joined the district. They experienced some synergies in the past 10 years. But late last year, some of the hotels in Palo Alto approached their city council with a request to withdraw from the TBID. The Palo Alto City Council tabled a final discussion last year, basically to make sure the voices of other hotels were heard, in addition to the Convention and Visitors Bureau and the Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce, which does receive some of their funding from the TBID. Then last month, following a staff presentation of a survey and some other findings, the Palo Alto Council adopted a resolution to initiate a request for withdrawal from the TBID effective January 2021. That resolution is attached to the staff report. Withdrawal from the TBID requires an amendment to the ordinance. And so, as noted in the staff report, staff recommends that the City Council receive the staff report, ask any questions they have of staff, have the city clerk read the title of the proposed ordinance, waive further reading of the and introduce the ordinance, conduct a public hearing, and then determine whether staff can bring this back for a second reading and adoption prior to approving a resolution of intent to assess the remaining hotels next month.
Okay, thank you, Director Augustine, for that overview. I see the Vice Mayor O'Brien has her hand up. Go ahead.
Director Augustine, I just want to clarify and confirm that if we were to move forward and Palo Alto is removed, there isn't any increase in assessment for Burlingame with Palo Alto not being part of the consortium.
that is true. In establishing the assessments for next year, the Convention Bureau took into account a lot of different things, including the state of the industry right now. And they have shaved their budget back considerably last year. And so they can proceed based on their future value to the hotels in the district, which would be in the county of San Mateo.
So hypothetically, if there were, let's say, to be another city or cities that pull out futuristically, would our assessments go up?
I don't believe so. The Visitors Bureau is very good at staffing appropriately based on their future plans and their area of coverage. And definitely we will be under the assessments from 2020, under the assessments from 2019. So as they adjust their budgets in recognition of the new revenue stream, there will not be additional assessments to the remaining hotels.
Okay. Thank you, Director Augustine.
For the questions, Vice Mayor O'Brien, does anybody else have questions for Director Augustine related to this matter? Seeing no hands raised, let me request that the city clerk read the title of the proposed ordinance.
An uncodified ordinance of the City of Burlingame amending the San Mateo County Tourism Business Improvement District to remove the city of Palo Alto from the district.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Would anybody like to make a motion to waive further reading and introduce the ordinance?
Motion to waive further reading and introduce the ordinance, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Brownrigg, and I think that was a second from Councilmember Coulson. We'll take our roll call vote.
Councilmember Coulson?
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes, yes, yes.
Vice Mayor O'Brien?
Yes.
Mayor Beach?
Yes. Motion passes unanimously. I will open the public hearing at this point. We'll conduct it and see if any members of the public wish to speak on this item. I do not see hands raised, so if you'd like to go to your participant window and do the raise hand feature, or dial *9 if you're calling in. Madam City Clerk, do we have any members of the public?
No, we don't have anyone calling in tonight, and we have no chats and no emails.
Okay, and no emails written in either on this matter. Okay. And I don't see any members. Yep, okay. No other, I don't think Mr. Hutar's here, and that's fine. So at this point, we will go ahead and close the public hearing. Since the public hearing is now closed, we'll discuss the ordinance and determine whether or not to bring it back for a second reading and adoption. Colleagues, would anybody like to deliberate or make a suggestion?
Madam Mayor, I suggest we bring this back. This is an administrative proposal and seems to me fairly straightforward.
Thank you, Councilmember Brownrigg. It doesn't require an official vote, but can I see like general consensus that with a head nod, or that's the right thing to do? Okay, we have direction. And then it sounds like there's some additional steps should this go forward. So Director Augustine, do you need anything else from us?
I do not believe so. Thank you.
Okay, with that, thank you, colleagues. We will move on to the next agenda item. And I'm sure members of the public who are listening will be happy to know we're not approving any more ordinances tonight. So we've been busy at work. Item number 10A, we will consider 2 appointments to the Parks and Recreation Commission. And boy, did we have an amazing group of applicants. We had 13 applications, 2 of whom were incumbents that would like to serve again. I'm going to turn this over. from our staff perspective, does the city manager or Director Glomstead, would you like to make any comments before we have any questions from colleagues? Do you have anything for the staff report?
I'd be happy to do the staff report for you. As you mentioned, we have 2 appointments for the Parks and Recreation Commission. We have expiring terms for Commissioners Sherry Lewis and Emily Matthews. As we do with all commissions, we publicized the vacancies and sent notification letters to past commission applicants. This may be a new record. You received 13 applications as of the deadline in September, and you interviewed 13 applicants via Zoom on October 13th. And those applicants are Robert Cannon, Emily Matthews, Karen Andriachi, John Brunello, Sherry Lewis, Dale Chang, Dan DeWitt, Ray Larios, Patricia Stark, Perry Mazzotto, Dilyana Dimova, Jacqueline Haggerty, and Sophia Chen. And if you make your appointments this evening, the appointee terms will be 3 years ending October 7th, 2023. And happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Madam City Manager. And I think it is a record. I also like that we've added some very subtle language when we publicize these, and we're still getting lots of applicants that in the initial advertisement, it says incumbents may reapply, but that still isn't deterring folks. And then if incumbents don't reapply, then there's additional language in the e-news and the notifications in the newspapers that explain why we've extended. So it's just exciting to see the community engagement. And there are some truly amazing applications and interviews that we had the other night. Colleagues, do we have any questions for staff? I see Council Member, and we will have a public comment period as well. So before we deliberate or anything, we want to make sure we open it up to the public. But Madam City Attorney, before I allow Council Member Brownrigg to speak, did you want to say something?
I feel honored to preempt a council member, but I was just going to note that procedurally, for those who are new to this, the council takes public comment before their vote, but the council doesn't discuss among themselves whom to vote for. The first ballots are done without discussion, and if then a majority isn't achieved for the 2 slots in this case, then there's an opportunity for discussion among the council members. So that's just by way of setting expectations for our members of the public.
Yes, thank you. And our city clerk, I'm sure, will review our procedures that we have to do via Zoom to do our vote. But before we do that, questions of staff, Councilmember Brownrigg, go ahead.
Well, first of all, I'm smart enough to know that I always want to defer to our city attorney. So I'm glad that she spoke first. I've learned that much. But more importantly, I was so impressed, as I'm sure we all were, with the quality of applicants, the number, but also the quality, that I wanted to share with colleagues that I explored the notion of expanding the commission, which I actually think is an interesting idea, but I learned that we couldn't do that and keep this current group of applicants. I may suggest that as something to look at for the future. And I guess I'm indirectly saying that I wish I could vote for 4 people tonight, because there were even more than 4 who are highly qualified to be on this commission and would bring a lot to it. So unfortunately, that's not an option open tonight.
Thank you for that comment, Councilmember Brownrigg. Barring any further questions or statements at this point, we will open it up to public comment in case any members of the public wish to speak or advocate or offer their thoughts. You can raise your hand or dial *9, and then I'll ask the city clerk if there's anybody who's written in as well.
No, we have no emails, and there's no one calling in, nor is there any chats.
Okay, then with that, I'll close public comment. And Madam City Clerk, could you refresh for us how we vote in this virtual environment so members of the public know how we're voting and giving you that information?
Yeah, you're gonna Zoom chat me your choices.
Okay, and everybody votes for 2?
Yes.
And we should, unless there's any other deliberation right now or comments for colleagues. I don't think so. We'll go ahead and we'll take our vote.
right, I have all 5 in. Councilmember Coulson, Emily Matthews, and Dale Chang. Councilmember Brownrigg, Emily Matthews, and Perry Mazzota. Councilmember Ortiz, Emily Matthews, and Sherry Lewis. Vice Mayor O'Brien, Emily Matthews, and Dale Chang. And Mayor Beach, Emily Matthews, and Raymond Larios. So it looks like we have 1, Emily Matthews, but we don't have a majority on the second.
All right, thank you for that. So we have congratulations to Commissioner Matthews. We have some votes for Commissioner Lewis, Dale Chang, Ray Larios, and Perry Mazzota, and a number of other absolutely phenomenal candidates as well. So we do have to take a second vote. This is an opportunity to have any kind of deliberation or discussion, or that I'd like to open it up to colleagues if anybody would like to make some comments about their thought process so we can come to some kind of majority on the next round.
I'll go.
Councilmember Coulson, go ahead.
So first of all, I thought, as Councilman Brownrigg did as well, that there were 4 or 5 very highly qualified candidates. One of the reasons that I picked Dale is that he has a young family, and I think we've not had a lot of people, we've been missing people on the commission who have small children. So we have some that have teenagers, some that don't have kids, but I think having that tentacles into that very young family community is great. And we get a double bonus with Dale because his parents also live here. So with one person, you get senior citizens. He was born and raised here in Burlingame. You get senior citizens and small children, all kind of in a nuclear family that I think would bring a wide range of perspectives. And I also actually really appreciated that his children do not attend Burlingame Public Schools. And I think we get a lot of really great people. All of us have really strong connections to the public schools, but fewer connections into some of the private schools. And so having kind of a liaison and a connection in that area might be another way to diversify the board. So those were my main reasons why. But I will say that I was also very supportive of Ms. Lewis and Mr. And Perry as well, Mr. Mazzotto as well. I think they are also excellent candidates.
Thank you. Would any other folks like to comment? Councilmember Brownrigg, go ahead. I think you're on mute, Councilmember Brownrigg, sorry.
I beg pardon. I appreciate the commentary from Councilman Coulson. I had not thought about the 3-generation element of Mr. Chang's application, and I do think that and his tenure here in the city is interesting. I have to say, I thought there were lots of strong candidates who would bring benefits, and I find this a very difficult vote, which is why, like so many politicians, I was trying to weasel out by finding more seats so I could vote for more people, but that didn't work. I won't spend a lot of time defending my vote for Perry Mazzotto. He's a wonderful man. He's been here for a long time. This is just a tough choice, but I do appreciate Councilman Coulson's pointing out the 3 generations. I think that's a useful element. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ortiz, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I echo the comments. We had just a great group of candidates, not only in quantity, but quality. I think Councilmember Colson makes a very compelling argument, and again, very difficult. And I know some of the people, and it's going to be really hard to do this, but it makes a lot of sense.
Great comments there, Vice Mayor O'Brien. Go ahead.
I would like to echo Councilmember Colson's comments. Actually, that was the first thing that I thought of in reviewing the applicants after the interviews was the intergenerational component of it. And living in Burlingame for quite some time. And he had a really good breadth of knowledge in regard to what has been going on in Burlingame. And so I always think it's nice to have someone potentially that hasn't really been involved in Burlingame, that there has to be a starting point. Some have been involved extensively, and it's always nice to get new people. But I will say that there was a lot of really good applicants, and this is definitely not a easy choice whatsoever. So I do thank all of them for applying. I mean, I think, I've been on the council for quite some time, and this was just a phenomenal group.
Agreed with all the comments. Councilmember Ortiz, do you have, you still have your hand up? Did you have another comment you wanted to say?
No, I don't.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I concur with colleagues. This was really hard. My second vote, I was really torn with with all the other candidates that were voted for. Certainly, Commissioner Lewis has had 2 great terms and has been involved for a long time. Mr. Mazzotta, great community perspective, has so much to offer. Between them, I think Mr. Chang and Mr. Larios were the ones that were really up there for me as well. What I liked about Mr. Larios, I just want to put in some thoughts, and we all look at how we balance our commissions. We all look at that differently because we're trying to, bring in and engage as many people as possible. We have different perspectives on that. I really like that he had a little bit of professional background. He seemed to have some passion behind Parks and Recreation, working for the city of Mountain View in the past. He's been engaged in the community, but has shown some interest in commissions before. So I thought that persistence impressed me. When we look at balance, we have a lot of homeowners with older teens in college. This was an opportunity I think Mr. Larios offers a little bit, he's a little bit younger and, rents here in Burlingame, and we certainly have a lot of folks in the community that fit that mold. So I think that's an opportunity. I like that he's a native Spanish speaker because that sort of embraces another aspect of our community. They're all great candidates, but I was also torn. I also liked his comments on seniors, but I think I echo everything Councilmember Colson articulated about Mr. Chang and could absolutely get behind him. It sounds like there's some critical mass behind Mr. Chang as well, and I could support that too. These are all phenomenal candidates, without a doubt, that bring so much to the table, and I hope that everybody will stay engaged. If you don't make a slot on the commission, there's opportunities on our Parks and Recreation Foundation and so many other ways to get involved in the city. And Commissioner Matthews only, had 1 term so far, so I think that was another good direction. Councilmember Colson, I'm sorry, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you again. Yes, I just wanted to point out that exactly with Commissioner Lewis, that I think she did a wonderful job, and but we don't have term limits, and we do have so many people that want to participate that I think it falls upon the council to try to diversify and fidget around the edges. And it's not at all a reflection on her. And in fact, there may be a day when there's something else or a project or things. So I just want to make sure she's well aware of that. And I also do want to say thank you to Director Glomstad. I think she went out and her staff and did a little due diligence on some candidates as well. And I appreciate them kind of thoughtfully, being available to answer questions from candidates and from council members.
Thank you. Well, I think it's probably time to take another vote, and I hope the candidates that have thrown their hat in the ring understand what a difficult position we're in here. I would, if we have additional questions about additional conversations about commissions in the future, this is one of the most important ways we can engage members of our community. We've talked about, we already have 7 on Parks and Rec, but some other commissions are a little smaller. I think we should also have a conversation at such a time about term limits on commissions, for that reason, that it's a way to engage more people, and yet we want enough continuity. I think that's just something we should hash out at some point. With that, let's take our second vote and see if we can get some consensus here of who our second commissioner shall be. So with that, Madam City Clerk, you ready for us?
Sure am. All right, so we have Councilmember Coulson, Dale Chang, Councilmember Brownrigg, Dale Chang, Councilmember Ortiz, Dale Chang, Vice Mayor O'Brien, Dale Chang, and Mayor Beach, Dale Chang.
All right. So congratulations and thank you to Commissioner Matthews and Mr. Dale Chang for being a part of our Parks and Recreation Commission. We've got a wonderful team there, and we thank you for your service. And again, we thank Commissioner Lewis for many years of dedicated service and engagement, and we're so grateful for her work as well. With that, we'll...
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, I meant to say this at the beginning. I did want to assure the candidates, first of all, thanks to my colleagues for covering the interviews. I did want to assure the candidates that although I could not be there in person, I did listen to the interviews and appreciated the time, and thank you for making that possible.
Thanks, Councilmember Brownrigg. We're glad you could do that. With that, we're going to move on to item 10B. We have an item to consider tonight for additional funding of $59,000 to inspect city park trees. And at this point, we will hand this staff report over to our Director of Parks and Recreation, Margaret Glomstead.
Good evening, Mayor Beach and council members. As you are aware, there was a tragic accident in Washington Park when a limb fell from an Atlas cedar. The city, while we have a quite robust tree program, we want to augment the program with a systematic inspection of city-owned trees that are over 48 inches in circumference by an independent arborist. We're looking at doing it in 2 phases. Phase 1 is a level 2 assessment of each tree, and it will include an overall radiant hazard assessment, maintenance recommendations, and whether a level 3 assessment is warranted. During this phase, the independent arborist will determine if a tree poses an imminent danger. And if it is, the tree and surrounding area will be caution taped off until the tree can be removed. The second phase, the level 3 assessment, will include a drill test, a mallet test, and in-tree inspections. It's a more thorough inspection to help determine whether a tree should remain or be removed. The cost for the level 2 assessments is $15 per tree. We're anticipating about 1,926 trees for the level 2. The cost for the level 3 is $300 per tree. We don't know how many trees will need the level 3 assessment, but we are estimating 5% of the trees will need that assessment. So to do the work, we're requesting $59,000.
Thank you, Director Glomstead. We appreciate you bringing this matter to us. I will open it up to colleagues for questions. And I don't see any. I see one. Councilmember, I have one. Councilmember Coulson, did you unmute or did you have a question?
I just unmuted, anticipating that we'd be voting quickly.
Okay, sorry. So without any questions on this matter, I want to take the opportunity to welcome the public to comment. So we'll open it up to public comment. You can go ahead and raise your hand or dial *9 if you'd like to make a comment on this matter. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody who wrote in?
We have no write-ins, no Zoom chats, and We don't have anyone calling in tonight, and there doesn't seem to be anyone with their hand up.
All right. So I will close public comment at this time. Colleagues, do we have any deliberation or additional comments? And if not, I'm happy to entertain a motion. Go ahead, Councilmember
Mayor, I
Ortiz.
think with the tragedy at Washington Park, I think we're all mortified by it. And with that, I make a motion to approve.
Thank you. Councilmember Ortiz, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Vice Mayor O'Brien, and we'll take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Coulson,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor O'Brien,
Yes.
Mayor Beach.
Yes. All right, thank you to colleagues and thank you to staff for this extra augmenting measure of due diligence. We appreciate it. We'll move on now to item 10C, where we will consider a resolution for the city manager to execute an agreement to purchase Rule 20A credits, which we've had a discussion about earlier this year. We will turn this over at this point to City Manager Lisa Goldman, who, for the benefit of the public, will refresh our memories what all this is about and explain the context for this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Beach. Members of the council, we are doing a part 2 on the Rule 20A credits conversation. Just as a little bit of background, we've been working collaboratively with Caltrans for a number of years on a project to renew and rehabilitate El Camino Real. And I did see that at least one of our task force members who's working on that project with us is on the Zoom tonight. Jennifer Pfaff is here. And Caltrans is in the process of conducting the studies they need to do for the environmental phase of the project. That's to address safety and infrastructure rehabilitation needs while considering traffic, pedestrian utilities, drainage, and the historic eucalyptus grove preservation concerns. Undergrounding utilities is something that we believe is a very important component of this project. If we are able to underground the utilities, then we have fewer conflicts between trees and poles, and we hopefully will be able to have more trees as part of this project, which will take El Camino Real and renew it and rehabilitate it from all the way from our southern border all the way up to our northern border. So you have actually been talking about undergrounding overhead power lines for quite some time. It was one of our high priority projects that we talked about at our goal setting session a couple of years ago. And then last year, June 17th, 2019, you established an undergrounding utility district for El Camino Real. And that was so we could initiate proceedings to implement the project. It's the first step you have to take as part of this. And that step, establishing the utility district, qualified us to utilize Rule 20A credits to fund a portion of the project. And Rule 20A credits are something that we get through PG&E's. Southern California Electric also has them. It's a California Public Utilities Commission program. These credits are provided to cities and counties on an annual basis to use for undergrounding utilities. If a jurisdiction does not use them in a given year, they're banked for future use. That's the current state of affairs. Things are changing on us. And these credits can only be used to underground PG&E overhead utilities. They cannot be used for any other purpose. So our preliminary cost estimate for undergrounding the utilities on El Camino is in the range of 25 to 30 million. And that number is, likely to increase over time, but that's where we are right now. We have about $6.5 million in work credits through the Rule 20A program with PG&E. The remaining cost of the undergrounding is unfunded at this time, and we will certainly need to pay at least a portion of these costs, if not all of them, to address the funding gap to get the project moving. Back on June 1st, 2020, we came to you with a discussion about undergrounding the utilities and the Rule 20A program. We let you know that there's a variety of ways that we can fund this. That includes the formation of an assessment district where you have people actually vote to assess themselves for this, general fund appropriation, and then purchase of Rule 20A credits from another community. And purchasing these credits is a common practice. It's something, again, that's going to be changing as the California Public Utilities Commission considers changes to the Rule 20A program. But for right now, that is something that we're allowed to do. benefits both communities. Some communities have no projects to use these credits on. They'd rather monetize the value of the credits. And others like us have not enough credits and a really good, interesting, and beneficial project for our community, but we just don't have enough credits to get them done. And so what most communities do is they purchase these at a discounted rate. So the credits are basically $1 per credit, or you get some discounted rate on those. When we talked to you in June, we were asking you about your willingness to purchase credits at a discounted price of 50 cents per credit, which is sort of the going rate for credits, somewhere in the 45 to 50 cents per credit cost. And at the time, you were very concerned about that cost and paying that price for these credits for a number of reasons. One is which we're still somewhat early in the process of going through the El Camino Real renewal and project. There's a slight possibility that project won't move forward or will be changed in a way that makes undergrounding infeasible. Also, as I alluded to earlier, the Public Utilities Commission is reviewing recommendations to reform the undergrounding program statewide. We think the final ruling will come in early 2021. It's likely to include the elimination of the practice of trading or purchasing and selling Rule 28 credits. So this whole marketplace could go away in early 2021. The proposed ruling also includes language such that the accumulated and or acquired credits as of that time will expire in 10 years. So whatever credits we have in the bank, we could still use, but we'll have a time frame on using them. Let's see. So when we went and talked to you in June, you were not interested in that cost. So we huddled back. Councilmember Brownrigg and Mayor Beach, who are on the subcommittee, huddled with the Public Works Director and myself to talk about what our game plan was going forward. We were able to obtain a list from PG&E of all the agencies that have Rule 28 credits. That list is a few months old, so the actual value of the credits in some cases has increased, but it's a pretty good list that gave us a good start. We sent letters to all the agencies with credits valued at $2 million and above. There's some agencies that have just a little bit of credits. It just doesn't seem worth it to reach out to them and have to cobble together $1,000 in credits here and 10,000 there. So we looked at the bigger value agencies with bigger value credits. And we asked them if they were willing to sell at a cost of 25 cents per credit. And so that's half of what we came and talked to you about in June. And the reason we did that is because, things are changing budget-wise for a lot of communities. COVID pandemic has continued. It's really affecting the ability of cities and counties to pay their bills. And so we thought, some of these agencies, if they don't have an undergrounding project on the horizon, perhaps they're a little bit more hungry for the money. And so we went out with a letter of 25 cents per credit, and we didn't get any bites at that price, but we did get a response from the city of Saratoga. So I've had a number of conversations with Saratoga city manager, James Lindsay, and he talked to his finance committee, which is composed of 2 members of his city council. And they actually only have 4 on their council right now. They have a vacancy. I think somebody stepped down. So they'll have 5 after the November election, but right now they just have 4. And their finance committee, so half their council, is actually interested in a price of 30 cents per credit. And so they have just over, you can see in the staff report, just over $4 million in credits. At a price of 30 cents per credit, it's about $1.2 million. So that is a savings of over $800,000 from the price that we were talking about back in June. So that's a pretty sizable savings. We're pretty excited about that. In order to do this transfer, we would both need to adopt MOUs and allow Mr. Lindsay and myself to sign them. So the MOU is attached to your staff report, and you have it before you tonight. Saratoga will consider it at its meeting on Wednesday night, and assuming that they say yes, and that you say yes tonight, then we will sign this and initiate the process to get the credits transferred over. I've been having conversations with a number of other jurisdictions. Syed and I were on a Zoom last week with a county that has credits that they have not gone to their board of supervisors yet, but their staff is quite interested. And then there's some others that I've gotten little bites here and there. And I said after tonight's meeting, I would get back to them all and let them know, if the council approved this, what our price is, et cetera. One of the questions that came up at your last meeting is, well, what happens if we don't do the El Camino Real project? And, are we just spending this money and, losing it with credits we can't use? And we don't think that's the case. We do have a number of other streets in the city that we believe could qualify for use of Rule 20A funds. Those are listed in your staff report. They can't be used on local residential streets, but we have a whole lot of streets in Burlingame that are not considered local residential streets. And so there's a variety of areas that we think that we can use these credits on should the El Camino project not come to pass. But our first choice is El Camino. We think it's a perfect use of this kind of funding. Undergrounding, as I mentioned, will really help the revitalization of that road, allowing us to plant a whole lot more trees, which is important to all of us, and particularly the folks who know and love the tree canopy on El Camino, the historic grove. Some other questions that came up: does the PG&E bankruptcy filing pose any risk to the Rule 20A credits? It does not. We heard from PG&E that their bankruptcy filings is not affecting the Rule 20A credits, and staff independently confirmed that with the California Public Utilities Commission staff. So we think we're okay there. Can Caltrans financially contribute towards the undergrounding work? We wish they would. We have not given up on that, but they have no legal obligation to do so. They're putting a whole lot of money into this project, but that money is for everything but the undergrounding. And so we'll continue to work on it, but they don't have any funding source in their system-wide transportation programs to pay for undergrounding. And as we know, the state is not as financially sound as they once were, similar to lots of agencies. So we are continuing to work with them to jointly identify funding sources, but actually counting on them to fund a piece of this project, I think, is probably not going to happen. Never say never, but we'll say possibly never. And then how will the city make up the funding gap? So a number of ways to close it. We can use general fund dollars. Those are pretty precious right now. We can create an assessment district. Possibly there's some Caltrans funding, but we'll see how everything comes out. Perhaps if they're, when they go out to bid on the project, maybe it won't cost as much as they're anticipating, and they might have something, but we just won't know that for a while. We might be able to get an additional large allocation of Rule 28 credits from the unused credit bank as a result of the CPUC's impending new rules. So we'll find all of that out once the rule is finalized. But one of the recommendations the staff has made is to allow certain large projects to receive an allocation of unused Rule 28 credits after the new rule goes into effect. So there will be unused credits. Not every jurisdiction is going to be able to form a utility district, an undergrounding district, and be able to actually identify a project. And not all of them are jumping on this marketplace like we think that we wish that some of them would. So we think there are opportunities to close this gap, but again, if we can close some of it or a good chunk of it through the purchase of these credits, that's kind of the cleanest way of doing it. I mentioned one other jurisdiction that we're talking with, that Syed and I met with. They have over $7 million in credits that they may be willing to sell to us, but their thought was, could they get a higher price if they gave us the whole shebang, all $7+ million? I said, well, that's something I'd be happy to talk to the council about. So first question is, how are folks feeling about the 30 cents per credit? The cost is in your staff report. It's 1.2 million and change. We have about 24.5 million. We have $24.6 million in our capital investment reserve, and that'll be after the community center is funded. So we'll take the community center funding off the top. We'll have that $24.6 million left. We need about 15 million, we think, for Broadway grade separation. And that leaves about 9.7 million in the reserve prior to the purchase of these credits. We are not planning on adding any additional funding to the capital investment reserve right now, but that is an area that I'm always interested in adding to. So we'll see how we do financially when we close this year, 2021, if we have any extra dollars. We talked about pensions earlier. We talked about OPEB earlier. We've talked about a little bit, I think it was Councilmember Colson mentioned, spending on capital. So there are ways to use extra dollars, and replenishing that reserve might be one of them, but that's kind of beyond the scope of this conversation. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Syed is also available if you have technical questions, because I definitely can't answer those. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Manager, for the great overview. I see Vice Mayor O'Brien has her hand up first, so please go ahead with questions.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I have two questions. So the first question is, do we know of any other cities that are trying to get these tax credits?
There are quite a number of cities that are working on them right now. A lot of people said to me, well, you know, we're only willing to sell them at 40 cents or 45 or 50. And so we're going to go out on the market. I know Belmont is looking for credits. I don't know how much they're going to be paying or willing to pay. A number of other cities I talked to said, well, you know, we might be willing to sell, but we're going to sell them at a higher price. And we know there's people out there. So it's definitely, the market is kind of stirring up.
Okay, and then the second question you touched upon, the city that has maybe some possibility of selling credits, what price are they looking for?
So that was a county, and they didn't say, but we sort of tossed around, if you give us all of your credits, if you sell us all of your credits, you know, would the council be willing to go up a bit? So maybe 35 cents per credit. But I said, you know, chances are we've got a price of 30 cents with another jurisdiction, and that is going to be kind of our target price.
Okay, thank you.
I wouldn't recommend that we go up to 50 cents because we've been able to get a pretty large chunk at 30 cents. And I wouldn't go up to, 40, 45, 50. I think we can do better.
Yeah, I would agree. I was just wondering how close we were with our 30 to this other county.
Yeah, so they are unspecified because they haven't talked to their board yet, but they were asking, kind of, is there room for a deal? If we give you the full amount, does that give us any kind of higher price for it?
Thank you for the question. And let's go to Councilmember Brownrigg.
Well, first, let me say that I appreciate the work of the city manager, and I love listening to her wheeling and dealing for the people of Burlingame. I stand in support of this initiative. I think there are lots of ways to put it to use, but I do think ultimately it is critical to El Camino to be able to underground the utilities. So I think this is a smart initiative.
Thank you, Councilmember Brownrigg. Do we have any more questions for staff at this point? If not, I do want to ask a clarification question. And I'm sorry I didn't ask this in advance. I want to make sure I understand. Madam City Manager, in the last paragraph of how will city make up the funding gap, it says the city may be able to borrow 10 years of credits from the calculated future PG&E allocation in order to implement a project. Is that like our projected future allocation? Can you explain what that means? I'm sorry, I'm not.
So I believe that is our future allocation, but I'm going to ask Syed to jump in because this was his language that he added to the staff report.
And then if you could explain that too, if it is our future allocation, Director Mertuzza, is it, how long has it taken us to sort of accumulate this 6.5 million? Is that like 20 or 40 years worth? Or do we have a sense of what 10 years projection might be?
We can't hear you, Syed.
You're on mute. Although it doesn't look like, oh, there you go.
Nope. Something's wrong with your microphone.
It's the high elevation of the
Hang up
Himalayas.
and come back in, and maybe we'll go to other questions.
Yep. Good suggestion. Worst case scenario, he could always call in for us. Colleagues, any other questions right now for staff on the staff report? Then we could wait for Director Mertuzza, or we could open up to public comment at this time. Would that be okay, Madam City Manager, or do we?
You are the mayor, my friend. Anything you'd like to do is fine.
All right. Let's be efficient with our time. And we'll see if any members of the public, in addition to, we did get a couple of emails from various, I think they were all members from our task force of the El Camino Real task force. Madam City Clerk, do we have any other folks writing in or that would like to speak?
We do. I'm going to ask Jennifer Pfaff was having trouble putting her hand up. Do you just want to speak now, Jennifer, or I can read your comment for you? I'll unmute you if you'd like.
I figured it out.
Yay!
I'm sorry, you guys. This is just, I just don't feel as comfortable as all of you do on this, but that's why I sent in comments thanking everybody, but in particular, the wheelers and dealers from Emily, Michael, Syed, and Lisa. Looks like Lisa's really been at it. That's a skill I guess I didn't know you had. So congratulations. And I really, again, want to encourage the acceptance of this proposal or whatever it's called, because I just think the investment is going to be fabulous. It's really going to make a big difference. And I think even if we can't get quite there, I've got some ideas about maybe how to stretch the dollars. So, I mean, I'm not an engineer, but I have a few little thoughts. So I think we need to just try to inch our way as close as we can. And I just really appreciate everybody's help on this one.
Thank you, Ms. Pfaff. We appreciate your engagement on this and for all the huge work you've done on the El Camino Real Task Force. Sure. We'll see if Director Bertuzza is back with us.
He is.
Back and hopefully.
Yay, we can hear you. All right, well done. So thank you for coming back and answering my question.
So the answer to the first question is yes, these are our City of Burlingame's own future credits. And we can borrow up to 10 years in future. Now, the $6.5 million that we have accumulated, I believe these are over 30 years of credit, because I've been with the city for 23 years and I have not seen any undergrounding project during my tenure here. So the ones that I've looked at in the city were implemented in the late 80s or so. So this is taken, so these are formula based and they just grow. So if you're looking at what we should expect in the next 10 years, it will be some money, but not a lot of money.
Thank you for that clarification. That's helpful. All right. Colleagues, I'm going to just double check to see if there's any other members of the public who wish to speak. I don't see any hands up. And City Clerk, I don't believe has any other, Madam City Clerk, you don't have any other comments or chats? Okay, we'll close public comment and let's go into deliberations. I think Councilmember Brownrigg weighed in. Who else would like to speak? Councilmember Coulson, go ahead.
Thank you. So first of all, the finance person in me really thanks Lisa and Michael and Syed, Emily, the mayor, for really going back and trying to hammer these out a little. I feel like the risk to the city is, it goes from kind of being a risky proposition to really mitigating that risk when you're getting these for 30 cents on the dollar. It is an enormous value added situation for the city. And I also am okay with them in these smaller little incremental bites, or, you know, where not everything has to come from one organization. I think sticking to your guns around the pricing, once you start to price these things and once the first real transaction occurs, generally the market will fall behind it. You're creating a secondary market in a good and service. And once we set a price, I think what will happen is other people will see what the market is and they're not going to be willing to pay a much more significant price. So, so I think it's very good we hold that negotiating tactic, and I really appreciate that. I also agree with Ms. Pfaff that for the aesthetics of this, it would be great to get this done. And this is one of the ways we can get it done. So if it's $25 million cost to underground and we can come in at around 6 to 8 million, or 8 million, call it a third, in pricing, that's a much more doable number than 25 million. I actually feel like we can get to that number over the next 3 or 4 years. And it's a perfect example of the opportunity cost on the pension fund. You know, why sometimes, although it's good one or the other, this is a huge value. The return on this investment is 200% right off the bat, roughly. So we're not going to get 200% on our pension dollars. We're never going to get it. So this is a better deal than that. And so I will strongly support this. This is great work on behalf of you guys.
Thank you, Councilmember Coulson, for the kind words and the support on this. Councilmember Ortiz, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We are going through some very serious economic times. It's not a good time to, come up with new things to spend money on, but man, it's hard to pass up 30 cents. So I echo most of what Councilmember Coulson said, and I am going to support it, but yeah, reluctantly, but I'm supporting it.
Thank you, Councilmember Ortiz. Vice Mayor O'Brien.
Yes, so I would like to thank the subcommittee and our city manager and Syed for negotiating and getting this down to a lower price, because initially I wasn't really for this because it was very expensive. So if we can get any type of deal, especially at this price, that would be great. I think if we can get maybe another county and or city to sell, that would be advantageous to us. I know this is something we've talked about for a long time, and there's never going to be that opportune, moment. So I think we need to take advantage of the low costs. I think, Burlingame has done a very good job fiscally, and we've been on the conservative side, and we've been squirreling money away. And so if we have this opportunity to do something that is beneficial to our community, we should try to do so.
Thank you, Vice Mayor O'Brien. I think everybody's had a chance to weigh in. No surprise, I support this as well. I just want to thank all colleagues. We had a really robust conversation in June, and I was enthusiastic about it in June, but because this team kind of pushed back and said, let's see if we can get a better deal, we did. And the community looks like, an $800,000 savings potentially. So thank you, colleagues, for pushing and challenging, and for working with Councilmember Brownrigg and staff, and to go back to the drawing board. This is a great solution. And we'll still have to cobble it together. But I think, like you said, it's a win-win, and it's a perfect storm where probably the pandemic has something to do with it too. There's cities that are that need revenue, and we have an opportunity here. So my only other comment I would like to add is I would definitely be open, if there was an opportunity at 30 cents on a dollar, to explore another opportunity, like the Vice Mayor said. When I look at our reserves, though, I would feel more comfortable. I'm not saying no, but I would feel more comfortable making sure we still have at least about $5 million in that capital investment reserve in case we need to have additional funding that has to go towards Broadway grade separation. I could see as years go on, or additional costs could come in. I wouldn't want us to deplete that capital investment reserve just for undergrounding. And I'm not sure what that sweet spot is, but certainly if we could get some additional credits at 30 cents on the dollar, hopefully we could use them on El Camino Real, but they can be used, put to very good use in different parts of the city too. So this is great work all around. Councilmember Coulson, you have your hand up, go ahead.
One more comment. This is just sort of throwing out an idea. Doesn't have to be talked about tonight, but we can think about it. But when I look at our Measure I revenue that's coming in off the sales tax, some of it was for, parks, there was police, and then there were sidewalk repairs and potholes. To me, this is potholes and sidewalk repair, and because it's the whole comprehensive project. So, if there's a year or a time when, I mean, we have discretion over those funds. And if we decide that some of those funds, we maybe have to defer some sidewalk work or we have to move a few things around to take advantage of this, but we make a lot of extra money. We put $1 million into this project and making sure those sidewalks and the potholes and everything are repaired in that comprehensive project. That would not bother me because I think it falls within the mission of Measure I. But again, we don't have to make a decision on it today, but I just throw it out there as a possibility.
Thanks for the comment. With that, we've got an item to consider tonight. Again, huge thanks to City Manager Lisa Goldman and Director of Public Works, Syed Murtuza. With everything we have going on, we had a couple of committee meetings over the summer and we were pushing because we know we're up against a calendar deadline because these opportunities could go away. I was at a groundbreaking for the Transportation Authority last week and there's cities talking about wheeling and dealing and trying to buy these things in underground in their current projects. So hats off to our staff for making extra time to go the extra mile to make this a possibility for us. So thank you very much. Would somebody like to make a motion?
Motion to approve the allocation of funding for the 20A credits at 30.
And Councilmember Brownrigg, did I hear a second?
Yes, you did, ma'am.
All right, then let's take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Coulson,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor O'Brien,
Yes.
Mayor Beach.
An enthusiastic yes. Thank you. That motion passes. And we can move on and we'll be eager to hear from the City of Saratoga. Thank you. We are now moving on to, I've lost my place on the agenda. I believe we are through item 10, A, B, and C. We are on to item 11, or council committee activities and reports, and we thank you for the written report, Councilmember Coulson. Does anybody have additional items they would like to mention? If not, they can wrap it up in a written report next time. Seeing no hands raised, we will move on from committee reports and see if there's any future agenda items on already a very full agenda for the rest of the fall. Seeing none. Oh, wait, I see a hand up. Councilmember Brownrigg, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am aware that we have a full agenda, so some of this may slip into next year. But I did want to follow up on sort of the notion of commission review. You raised the idea of term limits. I think that's interesting. And then the composition of commissions, whether there should be more members, and then repurposing some commissions, as we've talked about. It feels to me like there is a sort of basket of issues about the way we structure our commission. So I'd like to propose that when the city manager deems it feasible, because I think she'll wind up being the one who kind of oversees that work, being, since it touches a number of different department heads. So that's one item, Madam Mayor. And then secondly, I guess we could wait and see if there's a second on that. But secondly, since I have the microphone.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. I appreciate it. Secondly, and somewhat separately, but there is this sort of quasi-official, and I'm not even sure quite what to call it, the COVID collaborative initiative or something that the mayor has sponsored. And I really don't have a ton of visibility on what's going on or what it's trying to do or what it has done or if there are reports. And so for me anyway, as a non-participant in that, which I think is Brown Act required, I would appreciate some sense of what's happening and what we're doing. It does. So anyway, I just put that out, and whether that's a memo or I'm not quite sure, but I feel like I don't have any sense of what's happening, and I feel like I should, just because it feels like an official body. So thank you.
So Councilmember Wagner, thank you for the comment. After the meetings, I've put the agendas of the previous meetings in a summary in my written reports. We've had, there were only 3 meetings this summer, sort of a citizen volunteer driven initiative. And I'm happy to re-forward you some of those reports and agendas that were included in committee reports. And I can talk to the city manager about having maybe an overview. It's not a city driven, I mean, the vice mayor and I sit on it, but happy to discuss with staff if there's an appropriate way to add additional information that's already in the report, in the commissioner reports. But we should probably not agendize this, right? But we'll talk with staff about what's the appropriate way to communicate additional information than has already been in committee reports.
Okay, that would probably help. I appreciate it. I mean, some sense of the mission and the duration and the deliverables, I would find helpful. I think it probably reads to the public as an official body, notwithstanding whatever status it might actually have. I'm pretty sure that's how the public would read it. So I think it would be helpful, especially in terms of sort of go forward and what the purpose is going forward.
Happy to work with staff on framing that, because it's really, it's happy to work with staff on that, but it's, yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Coulson.
Not to belabor all this, but I appreciate the question from Councilman Brownrigg. And my other reason for getting a report out is that it appears by looking at the list of people involved in the commission that we are tying up a lot of time of a lot of very significant people, the heads of hospitals who are trying to deal with COVID, and school officials and business leaders and things. So I agree with Councilman Brownrigg that, you know, the purpose, the mission, the deliverable, and how it all, you know, kind of that whole sense would be very helpful to understand, and I think would help Vice Mayor O'Brien decide how to continue it, if she wants to at all, into the next term.
Sure thing, and that's been included in committee reports. And there's been a total of 3 hours of meetings, 1 hour meetings in June, 1 in July, and 1 August. So there hasn't been significant a time, and there's volunteer subcommittees that are working on some citizen-driven initiatives. So there's no staff time detailed involved in this as well. So happy to provide more information.
In the interest of not having a substantive discussion on something that's not agendized, we will talk about it at our next agenda meeting, the mayor and the city attorney and I, and we'll figure out how to move forward.
Thank you, Madam City Manager. We will move on at this point to acknowledgements. We have 2 members of our community that we've lost in the last few weeks that we want to acknowledge tonight. And I'm going to check in with colleagues to see if there's any additional members we should adjourn in memory of, but we have Doug Friedman and Doug Backey. And are there any other members, before I say a few words about each of these folks, that we should also include on the list?
Go ahead.
If I may, one can never say too many nice things about any of these people. We did close the meeting in honor of Mr. Friedman a couple of meetings ago. I'm very happy to do it again. He was a friend and a colleague of mine. So, but delighted to hear more words about him. He's a very good man.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Brownrigg. And Councilmember Coulson, did you have another comment as well?
The only comment I made was, that I wanted to make was just, we never mentioned a very iconic and amazing woman who is not a Burlingamer, but is near and dear to a lot of Burlingamers' hearts. And that was Justice Ginsburg, Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And I think she, you know, it will miss her passing on the court. So, and all our flags are at half mast. So I appreciate the city honoring that tradition as well.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Coulson. Yes, Justice Ginsburg certainly had a long and distinguished career, and has been appropriately honored nationally, and it's appropriate that we take a moment here in the city of Burlingame as well. So we do have Mr. Friedman, again, I think one of the reasons this came up is the Parks and Recreation Foundation has worked with Doug's family and his wife, Pam Baker, and daughters to create the Doug Friedman Legacy Fund to support both coach development and reduce financial barriers to rec team sports by creating scholarships for after-school sports and underserved youth in Burlingame. It's an amazing legacy because as Council Member Brownrigg knew him personally, but he really was a passionate coach and a parent, and this seems like just such a wonderful way to honor him as well. And that is being sponsored through our Park and Recreation Foundation. So we just wanted to highlight that tonight, as I mentioned to his wife, and bring that his memory. And Councilmember Brownrigg, would you like to say any other few words about what a wonderful human being he was?
Madam Mayor, I have the risk of repeating myself. And I don't think I'm going to try. He had a wonderful, he had really a remarkable celebration of his life. I have not done a virtual celebration in this time of COVID. That's what his wife put together, and it was remarkable. It included people from all over the country at all stages of his life. And this simple conclusion that you reach on listening to the 4 or 5 hours of stories and anecdotes is that this was a man that if you didn't know him, it was too bad. And if you had the pleasure of knowing him, you should treasure that. And I wound up saying to his wife, requiescat in pace to Doug, and caveat emptor for the rest of us, because life passes too quickly. And that was my main message. He was a wonderful, wonderful man.
Thank you, Councilmember Brownrigg. I was also just notified today by our Director of Public Works that we lost one of our own city retirees on the 16th of October. Mr. Doug Backey worked for the city of Burlingame. He retired over about 2 years ago, but he worked for the city of Burlingame over 20 years in the Streets and Sewer Maintenance Division. And prior to working for the city of Burlingame, he was an Army veteran. So we appreciate his service to our country. He was first and foremost a loving dad and a loving husband. He had a wife of 35 years, Tammy, he was married to, and had 3 children, 5 great-grandchildren. He'll be missed by many friends here in the city of Burlingame and his home city of San Mateo. So we take a moment to honor these 3 wonderful folks, our Justice Ginsburg, Doug Friedman, and Doug Backey tonight. And with that, I want to thank everybody for a very productive meeting. And it is 10:03 and we will adjourn. Have a good evening. Be safe, everybody.